You can ask questions to all of our speakers. You should see a link below somewhere to Slido. That is the place to do it. Our moderators will be monitoring them. Again, a lot of interesting discussion coming up for you today, tackling everything from political unrest in Myanmar to the dilemma facing African nations, pushing ahead with plans to develop untapped oil and gas. We're starting strong this morning with a panel discussion all about gender equality and empowering women around the world. Progress has been made in recent decades. More girls are going to school, fewer are being forced into early marriage, and there are more women in positions of leadership. But as we all know, the challenges that remain are many and are often entrenched. This panel is led by Reuters' Rupam Jain, a senior correspondent here at Reuters.
Everyone, welcome to the Reuters NEXT event. This is Rupam Jain, and I am based out of our Mumbai bureau right now. And I'm here to host this event where we are going to be discussing issues and aspects of women empowerment, considering that you three of you all have been working on these issues in the region. I would like to welcome Hila, Vaishnavi, and Amna on the panel. And if it's okay with you, and just going alphabetical order, I would like to start with Amna. And if you could tell us a little about your work. And also, it's fantastic to have such young girls on the panel. So I welcome you all.
Thank you so much for that. I'm so honored to be here. I'm Amna Habiba from Pakistan. I'm the founder of BlueMed Foundation, finalist for the Czech Global Student Prize, Global Teen Leader, and HP Girls Save the World finalist. I work basically with young women throughout Pakistan and globally as well, where I design safe innovation spaces for marginalized female adolescents, so we can help young girls realize their full potential and build careers in STEM.
Thank you, Amna, and welcome again. Hi, Hila, and I know you are originally from Afghanistan, and presently you are working on similar issues. If you could tell us a little about yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupam, and thank you so much for inviting me. So I'm Hila Yoon. I'm from Afghanistan. I'm currently based in UK. I'm the founder of Afghan Youth Ambassador for Peace Organization. It's a grassroots civil society organization based in Eastern Zone in Afghanistan. Our primary goal is to work on local peace building and also how to localize the women peace and security and youth peace and security agenda on the ground. A lot of my work involves working with young people and how to amplify their voices and how to give more opportunity to the grassroots peace builders. So that's what I'm doing right now. More of my focus at the moment is advocacy at the international level, but also at the local level.
Thank you, Hila. Pleasure to have you here. Vaishnavi, if I could come to you, who is sitting in northern India, actually also one of the most popular seats of power in this country. Could you please tell us a little about yourself, Vaishnavi?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me again. I'm Vaishnavi Jaiswal. I am a high school student from Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, and I'm also the founder and CEO of Solibris organization. I started Solibris when I was 13 in an aim to empower young girls and women in male-dominated fields. I initially started with tech, and then it slowly grew into empowering women into leadership positions, for which I've also spoken at the TEDx platform, at UN Women and UNICEF platforms, and also a 2022 Global Teen Leader and recognized by the late Princess Diana's Award. My work majorly involves empowering women in male-dominated fields. I'm also working on my current social venture, which is Teen Forward, which helps empower young students in marginalized communities towards STEM and experimental learning.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just a Tremendous pleasure to have all of you all together here today, especially all the young girls from South Asia. I consider that, you all have also taken up a big step when you all say empowering women, because you yourself are also young girls at this stage. So if you could just tell us a little, starting with Vaishnavi, how do you think, and in terms of real progress on the ground, considering you yourself must be studying right now, you have your own academic career ahead, and what is your end game to begin with here? Vaishnavi?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I usually get this asked a lot, also like starting young, and usually get asked a lot, like, what is the end goal of, say, let's say your organization, when do you feel accomplished enough? And I feel like the goal is not a 50-50. It is more of a diverse 50, more of like people from different economic background, from different sexualities, from different ethnic backgrounds coming together to bring together sustainable world. It's really not about, it's really about who really deserves that position of power. And about starting young, I have definitely received a lot of ageism and sexism in working as a young social entrepreneur in my society. And I don't think that has ever stopped me, because since young, I've always taken that as an encouragement. I've always felt like if someone is telling me not to do it because they assume that I cannot do it, I definitely have to show them the end results. So I have definitely taken that as on a positive note. And yeah, if like someone who is like aiming to start young, that would be my definitely number one advice, is to initially just not care about the results. Just like if you're enjoying the process. Personally, I was really passionate about women empowerment, so I really enjoyed advocating women and teaching them about leadership skills. So if you're passionate enough about your work, you're definitely gonna find your way.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaishnavi. Hila, coming to you, you are, from a country which has seen the most sort of active flux and the ongoing flux when it comes to women's rights. And there's a continued battle around it. How do you feel sitting afar, and what difference is your organization making?
Thank you, Rupam. I think one of the things we should point out that a lot of activists, especially women activists in different countries, not everyone goes into this field of activism and supporting human rights or humanitarian work out of passion. And for some of us, it's out of necessity. We don't have any other choice. In Afghanistan, because there have been constant war for decades and it's a patriarchal society, and we know the current situation at the moment right now in Afghanistan, where schools are still banned, secondary schools are still banned for Afghan girls, and it's almost been 2 years that girls don't have access to education. And a lot of activists, especially women rights activists, because there is no safe space on the ground, they've left the country. Most of us and the Afghan diaspora in different countries are working remotely, and we are trying to do as much as we can to support women activists who are still in the country one way or another. One of the ways that we're using our platform is that if we have access to international platform, like this is one of the example, is the Reuters NEXT event that we're having right now. It is a platform, and I'm here to represent my country. I'm here to amplify the voice. And this is one of the way that I'm trying to support people on the ground and women activists or women on the ground who does not have this platform because of so many barriers that exist in the country. Another way we're trying to make a difference is to raise awareness as much as we can. Even till today, I've known so many people who work in this field from different countries. They still don't know what's happening in Afghanistan at the moment because of they don't have enough knowledge, they don't have enough access, but also because they're not connected with women activists in Afghanistan and outside Afghanistan. So raising awareness, supporting people on the ground, women activists, providing them humanitarian support because there's humanitarian crisis going on in Afghanistan at the moment, and doing international advocacy with important key stakeholders, including UN agencies, is one of the things that I've been doing with the UN, with the UN envoy office, with different international INGOs, with UK government at the moment. So this is what we are doing at the moment remotely, because unfortunately I can't go back to Afghanistan because there's no safe spaces for women activists. So these are the activities what we're doing, not just me, but also many activists and women activists who have left the country.
Thank you, Hila. Thank you so much. Amna, coming to you. You are originally also from Pakistan, and you are also working overseas. If you could tell us what are the challenges and what do you see? Are you focused on working for girls and women in Pakistan, or you're looking at, diaspora population out there?
So, yes, so throughout my work, I've been on ground in Pakistan working with girls, and currently temporarily for some time, I'm here in the US on, for educational opportunities. But for me, when I started my organization, my goal was to give girls opportunities that I couldn't have growing up, because growing up, I didn't really belong to, an elite class family who could have access to, every single opportunity. And knowing that there are so many girls who go through the same problems, especially in more poverty, ridden parts of Pakistan, I wanted to do something that I could based on the resources and the skills that my mom was there to, provide for me. And I then started off with doing and giving back to the community in ways that I found could be helpful. So looking at, training opportunities, looking at advocacy, looking at using my platform as well to raise awareness. And recently, with the current flood situation in Pakistan, where like 1/3 of the country is underwater, the political turmoil with the prime minister, everything has just been such a difficult time for every single person in Pakistan right now. But I believe that young women have been the ones most impacted. So the girls that I've been working with for the past 2 years, some of them are like reaching out and they're sharing pictures and videos of how they've been impacted by the floods. They've lost their homes, they've lost the access to go to school, which is, I believe, a basic human right for every single person. And now they're all back to square one. They're like working at home and not going to school. They're doing what they were doing before any intervention, right? So for me, I believe that my end goal with my organization would be to build something sustainable and have every single girl have the power and the agency to take her life in control. So even if we face such challenges in the future, there's so many countries where there's war happening right now and so many uncertain things that keep on coming. So knowing how people can be resilient throughout such disasters or any such event and helping them get back on their feet. So the floods and the political turmoil has been two major events in the country that have showed that if we can enable these girls to not just have the agency to build their own future and think of careers like STEM, but also to be able to support their own communities themselves, and basically building more young women activists in Pakistan would be my end goal. I believe in the butterfly effect, that if you impact at least one person, they're going to go on and impact like more people, and it keeps on going on and on. So even if I impact one young woman, by the end of the day, I feel that I've accomplished some part of my main goal.
Thank you, Amna. And that's really nice of you when you say the butterfly effect. And the interesting thing about all three of y'all is that y'all all, to a certain extent, belong to the South Asia, Central Asia, the part of the continent. And interestingly, all three countries are also, one after the other neighbors of each other. And we have a shared history between this region. I would like to ask you, Amna, while I have you right now, that of course, in your country specifically with Malala and the awareness and the issues around the violence against women, do you feel that young girls like y'all are being taken very seriously in a sense that, y'all are considered the trailblazers in a society where it is still politics dominated by men, of the men, and for the men? How do you see that changing? Do you see yourself as a future lawmaker, someone who will be just not working as an activist, but actually being able to design and deliver for your country in terms of changing policies?
So I believe that, yes, you mentioned Malala, and she's like such a role model. But on the other hand, there are so many people in the community that think of her as the opposite. So, because it's male dominated, and because people still are in that mindset that if girls have power, they're going to, change how the society and the culture has been for these decades, right? So when they talk about, and when we see the news about, maybe Malala is going and speaking at some place which is really like, male dominated, and she's breaking barriers, or she's doing something, people are on the positive spectrum, but also there are a lot on the negative spectrum. And I would say there are more people on the negative spectrum as compared to the positive one. And why this is the case is that, you know, it all comes back to power. See, so if we have, like, looking at just like a normal family, if there is, if there are two siblings, one of them is a girl, one of them is a boy, obviously the parents would be investing more in the boy's education, giving the boy more opportunities as compared to their own daughter. And this is something that even, no matter how much aware people become, they still have some of these elements inside of them to, just focus more on giving their boys opportunities. And I believe it's just like a cultural thing, and we can't really change it in like one day and like wake up tomorrow morning and be, oh, we're supporting young women. No, it's going to take time. And I believe it's going to change if young women like all of you here would be able to influence how laws and policies and how the government works. So understanding how we can play a part, looking at, other international activists, like for example Greta Thunberg, and how her movements have impacted her country's government, looking at how we can take those elements and implement them and empower girls to actually take action. So yes, that would be my way
Thank
of
you.
thinking about
Thank
that.
you so much, Amna. That's really interesting what you say. I'll come to Vaishnavi, if that's okay. And Vaishnavi, you are sitting in a center of power in northern India called the state of Uttar Pradesh. It's one of the highest populated states of India. And I would like to ask you that while in India we see spectacular rise of women, whether it's, politics, whether it's activism, whether it's journalism, whether it's medicine, where do you feel that your work would make a difference, considering that the upskill trajectory of women in this country has already begun?
Yes, great question. I feel like as you mentioned about, Uttar Pradesh being politically very powerful in the whole country, I feel like there are certain matters which are not discussed enough because it just overshadows one after another. For example, I feel like when we're talking about politics, there's always like a little phase going on towards which issue the government is supporting. There's not always like, so for example, right now, government is really noticing on unemployment. So the other day they would see in women empowerment, there's no constant effort that we are able to see in terms of supporting women and supporting women's education in general. I feel like my work really plays into advocating those women for their rights. As we see, there's still a lot of disparities in who can really advance into different career fields. As Amna was talking about, people still have this notion of like very stereotypical notion of how a separate gender like should be attached with a separate identity, separate career field. And we are really not able to diversify our narrative of, let's say, careers, or just like being in an office space. Even like today's generation, young girls and women are making it to like the big corporate world. We are still not able to get that a leadership position. We are still not able to be heard. So even if we're getting the seat at the table, we're not getting the equal importance. We're still being ignored. We're still not being valued enough. So I feel like to just like make people understand, also one of the main values of Solid Breast is actually to include, to be very inclusive of our community, to be very inclusive of our audience. So what we aim on having both like all the genders in our team members, all genders in our audience, so that because we really want people to understand that gender equity is an effort that work both ways. Men should be an equally part of this conversation because at the end of the day, it impacts all of us. So yeah, it's just really about, the work is really about to make everyone feel like they belong. Because growing up, I have seen the existing stereotypes and stigmas I wanted to go in the computer science field, but I saw the very horrifying statistics of women in technology and role models, which were all white and Asian men. So that's why I really began, right? So that's why I see that any young girl growing up does not feel scared because of the representation online, because of, the statistics. They do not feel not heard, and they're able to take their stand whenever necessary.
Right. Thank you, Vaishnavi. Thank you so much. Hila, I have a question for you. You are actually working in one of the most challenging countries, progress. And, to a great extent, the present government or the regime in Afghanistan has almost kind of, you hit a wall when you talk about women's liberation or education or the way they should dress up or the way they should be seen in the society. Do you sometimes feel that there is only this much, or you feel that there are much more smarter new paths or intelligent ways to start negotiations with them? How is it in terms of your experience? Do you have a dialogue, or it is just one person or the one group asking for demands and never being heard?
I think because a lot of my work involves peace building. So when you work in peace building field, you should always have a room to hear both sides. Because if you go straight and think like, okay, this side is like a total enemy or evil, then you cannot work on peace building work at all. So for us, I think as a peace builder, we always play a role of mediator, and which is really important when it comes to peace process or peace agreements implementation in any country. But when it comes to the context of Afghanistan, it just everything happens so suddenly. Even when the government collapsed, I was in UK. I was about to leave back, go to Afghanistan because I left the country in order to return back because I came for my studies. And then everything happened so suddenly. A lot of young people, especially young women in Afghanistan and women in general, they just feel abandoned by the international community, but by their own government as well. So sometimes when you're working in these contexts with a lot of women activists, women on the ground, because there is just so many problems back to back. It's not just the issues of a school ban. There is not just the issue of oppressing women in Afghanistan at the moment. There is humanitarian crisis going on, there is famine going on, and it is all related to what's happening in Afghanistan right now and related to women issue, because the increase of humanitarian crisis means the increase of gender-based violence in Afghanistan. The increase of famine means increase of more cases of gender-based violences and domestic violences in Afghanistan. So because of sometimes when I work in this field, you kind of get overwhelmed sometimes, like, okay, what role do I need to play, who I need to talk to in order to solve this issue? But one thing a lot of young people should realize, that we cannot solve Afghanistan or all the issues in the world in 1 or 2 days. A lot of us work in activism, a lot of us is working on social issues, social problems that exist in our country. Sometimes it overwhelms you, but one thing is very important when you play a role of mediator, or if you're working in peace building, and if the other party just keeps demanding and demanding but not giving anything, not ready to hear what you're saying, sometimes it overwhelms you. But I think one thing that the one way for me is to solve this issue is get support from the experts. There are a lot of women peace builders from different countries who have been through the same situation, who have been through the same scenario. They have found different ways on how to negotiate with the opposite party. And one important thing that Afghanistan need right now is a mediator between the Taliban and the Afghan government, especially Afghan women. And in order to have this inclusive negotiation dialogues with the Taliban, I think meaningful inclusivity is really important. We want women to be part of the negotiation. We want women to be the part of the peace building processes, not symbolically, just sitting few women at the table and then not hearing anything, or like not acknowledging them, not just listening to them. That's not what we want. And every time when we talk about women, it's important that we include young women as well, because in Afghanistan, young women, they face war differently comparing to men. And it's important when they come to negotiation table that listen from their side, listen their stories. And I think they play a great role, and as a mediator, as a peace negotiator, as a peace builder. So I think a smart way for us is right now, my point of view, is to find a mediator, whether it's a country, whether a UN can play a very important role at the moment right now, to start negotiating with the Taliban, and listen to and tell them, like, this is what happened, this is the demand of Afghan people on the ground, Afghan women. What you're doing is not according to Islam. What you're doing is not according to Afghan culture. What we can do to sit together and actually build our country, because the more, if they keep continuing their extreme policies at the moment, so many young people are leaving the country. The brain of the country is leaving Afghanistan. So how can you build a country when there's nobody left there?
Sure. No, I understand. It's a massive challenge when it comes to the brain drain situation. I would like to ask Amna and each one of you all the same question, one after the other, if that's okay. Is that, while we leave this conference, what's one thought, maybe in a few sentences, if each one of you all have every morning or evening, while you work on such a big project or a mission, or rather a vision for not just yourself, but for millions of others like you all of you young women or young girls. Amna, can I start with you, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So for me, because I started my work based on what I saw, and for girls who were going through the same thing that I was going through, I know how difficult it is to just realize that young women can have power, and helping them know that they have power and the agency to shape their future and decide what they're going to be and what they're going to do with the community is just something that really motivates me to keep going, no matter how many barriers or stereotypes I face, ageism, sexism, or anything of that sort. It keeps on motivating me to keep on going and changing the notion.
Thank you. Vaishnavi, if you could tell us in a line or two, if that's okay. I know it's a huge subject. Thesis can be done on these things, millions of theses, and they better be put to practice. But if in few lines, if you think of like sort of a thought for the day or the evening for you.
As you were discussing about like the various problems that our generations are facing right now, from the war to the flood, that we have never seen before, I think we are sitting here, like we have been through like a global pandemic and like facing human rights and problems that we have never faced before, and also like problems that we have like latest facing, like the cyberbullying and climate change with the introduction of technology. So one thing that I wish is like the young voices to be really heard, and like young people also be part of those conversations where the change is being made. And a little advice that I would give to any young girl or women like struggling to be a part of a male-dominated field or male-dominated society is like that just like remembering, by being you, by adding up to that representation, you're already paving the way for future girls, like envision their careers in those fields as well, and just like not live up to those stereotypes, because at the end of the day there's someone required to like smash that stereotypes and smash the stigmas. So it can totally be you. And lastly, regardless of gender, remember the inherent privilege that you have, like of internet connection. Like currently we're talking, grateful for that. So but there are also 700 million Indians that do not have, like that being around 50%, who do not have the access to internet connection. So I'm constantly reminded of this privilege. And so I think like how it really started is like using this privilege as something that I can do and impact others. So yeah, just like be aware, just be conscious of the privileges that you have and maximize it.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's quite a thing to remember. I agree. Hila, I'll come to you.
I think one thought would be for me is that I always tell a lot of young women, especially if they're coming from conflict zone, is that if you're trying to heal the country or trying to heal the world, start healing yourself first. Because a lot of us come with so much trauma, with so much pain and so many things that we face in our life. in order to solve these problems outside your realm, or you're trying to solve the world, try to solve the issue within yourself first. Like mental health should be a priority for many activists, for many human rights defenders or peace builders, because this is one issue in our South Asian countries is not given a priority. We all have this culture, and I think that one advice from my end is that if you're working in so much chaos around the world and working on gender equality, these are really big issues, and sometimes it's okay to accept the small changes that you're making in your community. I mean, you cannot just get rid of patriarchy, you cannot just get rid of poverty or gender inequality in like 1 or 2 days. It will take decades probably. We won't even hear sometime, and patriarchy will still exist. But I think be grateful for the small changes you're making in your community and have patience. And one more important thing is like know your value and potential, but also seek support. Always be available and ready to receive help, especially from other activists, and solidarity that so many international activists or human rights or women rights activists are showing you. Tap into those potential and opportunities.
Fantastic. Very well spoken, Hila. And, on the pragmatic side of how you said about healing before healing others, absolute delight to meet all three of y'all. It's a pleasure for someone like me to interview and to be on a panel with all of y'all who are younger than me. It's a great joy, and actually makes me realize that how much work has been going on with all of you young people around the world. Also a privilege to talk to all three of y'all in different parts of the world, yet representing South Asia such beautifully. I really hope you all come together in different ways and maybe exchange notes on women empowerment and other issues. And it's a privilege for Reuters Next to have all three of y'all. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes. Thank you, and adab, and namaste and tashakur in all the three languages to all of y'all.
Easy to become jaded, but it gives me so much hope for the world, seeing these amazing young women making such big changes in the world, from the grassroots level all the way to international advocacy. It's just incredible. I mean, you can't get rid of the patriarchy in a day or two, obviously, but just hearing there that the small changes add up, and to take heart in that, it's incredible stuff. Now, a common thread throughout all of these sessions has been the once-in-a-generation economic challenges facing China. So what does the current climate mean for investment in the world's second largest economy? Moderating this next panel discussion is Kane Wu, Reuters Chief Asia M&A Correspondent.
Selena Lee, Reuters Asia Financial Service Correspondent. Thank you for joining us for the session about investing in China in a challenging geopolitical and macroeconomic climate. I'm joined today by Frank Town, CEO of Fountain Best Capital Partners, and Fred Hu, CEO of Primavera Capital Group. Fred, can I start with you? The last 2 years have seen tremendous market and regulatory changes, and up until now, there are a lot of investors struggle to navigate the new normality. How would you see as the biggest challenges for Chinese GPs to make an investment this year? What have you and perhaps your portfolio companies done to mitigate the impact of China's slowing economy?
The last couple of years has been really challenging for investors, whether it's a public market or private market, on the back of mounting regulatory uncertainties macroeconomic uncertainties, and the COVID pandemic management uncertainties. And then, of course, there's also geopolitical drama that has been really evolving from bad to worse. So it's been extremely challenging climate for investors. Having said that, we, like Frank and many of us, who have been around in the industry, in the markets for quite a long time, having not only witnessed, gone through multiple economic cycles and market cycles, we believe there are still tremendous opportunities amid the uncertainties. Obviously, for the last much of this year, our priority has been really on portfolio management, because just as we, as investors, find challenging, with all the uncertainties, our portfolio company executives find them probably even more challenging, because they are on the forefront of managing businesses. They deal with all kinds of operational headwinds. So our job is really to hold hands with them, deeply involved every step of the way, support them, to mitigate the impact of the combined effects from macroeconomic slowdown, pandemic, very difficult pandemic control environment, and of course geopolitical uncertainty. So far so good. What we have found to our positive surprise is most of our portfolio companies have proven to be extremely adaptable, resilient, and also innovative. You can imagine, say this consumer service business, amid the constant unpredictable lockdowns and travel restrictions, how are we going to navigate? I'm just amazed just by how innovative and adaptive and resilient many of these businesses are. So all in all, yes, it's been very challenging, but also I think as investors, as a portfolio company, is also sort of unexpected but almost perfect stress tests.
I guess resiliency is definitely the key words here. And Frank, can I go to you with my next question? It sort of goes back to the challenges Fred just mentioned. Right now, we've seen the investment community try to get a reading out of the recent regulatory signals, after China's Party Congress, with the ongoing still spreading COVID situation in China. Is there more clarity offered around further regulatory crackdowns, or do you see easing on certain sectors, and what kind of investment opportunities do you see from those regulatory signals? Frank.
Thank you, Selena. I think the policy directions are going to be pretty consistent. If you look at the intentions behind some of those past regulatory changes, targeting at antitrust issues, data privacy issues, some of the issues surrounding fairness and security. These are understandable. Every country in the world have been concerned about similar issues. However, there were probably certain ways of doing things, introducing regulations that could be done a little bit better. I think many of the regulators have been also reviewing, see how they can improve on that front as well. But overall, I do see that there's certain consistency about the policy before and after the Congress. That being said, there are very positive signals of the leadership pivoting towards more economic development. There will be obviously a focus on high quality economic development, and therefore different sectors will have differentiated policy treatment. Certainly, there is continued strong focus on consumer growth, continued focus on technology innovation, continued focus on securing the independence of the supply chain industries. There will be a continued focus on climate change. So all these are the things that will create investment opportunities for us as well.
And Fred, the same question to you, because the recent 2 years we've seen a lot of the central government-led crackdowns on certain sectors. And what are the industries you see have better chance to recovery or leads into a new sort of growth trajectory now that from what you see from now on?
Well, the consumer internet broadly defined, has borne the brand of regulatory actions over the last 2 years. But bear in mind, China is a continental-sized economy, $18 trillion GDP. So there's a lot of diversity. There are many other industries that have not been adversely impacted by tighter regulations. For example, healthcare, which is actually very big and dynamic sector. The whole climate-related sectors, that is renewable energy, climate, mitigation technologies, EVs and batteries, as China makes a transition to more advanced manufacturing. Driven by innovation and productivity, or as Frank mentioned earlier, is the high quality growth. So any business related to industrial automation, robots, and that have been not only not been adversely impacted, but continue to be supported by various policies, regulations. So so the bottom line is yes, there are sectors that obviously have faced more challenges. There's still a lot of big parts of the Chinese economy remain very favorable for long-term investments. So this is something somehow international investors, people, I may say so, international media, oftentimes misses thinking, therefore they jump to the conclusion China is no longer investable. So that's farther from the truth than that.
I see it's very interesting that I see both of you mentioned certain sectors, for example, the consumer sector, the hard tech, and also the climate-related investment opportunities. As we're aware that China domestically is perhaps rather lagging behind in terms of developing certain climate or green technologies, and there are great competitors out there in overseas market. And that sort of relates to our next question. And Frank, maybe I can go to you with that. A lot of the private equity firms are looking to diversifying away from, currently they're quite China-focused portfolio. And perhaps do you see right now is the right opportunity for you to sort of expand your portfolio footprint elsewhere outside of China? Have you started to do it? And would you see particularly any green-related or climate-related investment opportunity in certain geographical markets?
China is still the second largest economy, contributing the biggest growth to the global economic growth. I think that just because the near term, the uncertainty is rising, perhaps due to COVID lockdown, perhaps due to some other concerns in the near term, China is no longer an attractive market. Quite to the contrary, we believe that China is going to continue to represent one of the biggest growth engine in the world. They got some of the hardest working people, the biggest consumer market, and therefore there's still going to be plenty of opportunities to invest in China. I think Fred and our firms have been investing in leading companies, and this is probably a good time to continue to do so. There are, we know, a lot of firms thinking about further extending their strategy to various markets. I can't comment on what everybody's thinking or doing right now, but for us, what would make sense is to look at China become part of the global economy with the value chain extending to the rest of the world, with China, international companies coming to further expand their China presence as well. So there are certain roles we can play, but it has to still continue to have a strong angle about the China end market. So that's what we're focusing on, not necessarily about a huge China export to the rest of the world, not about investing in, say Indonesia for the Indonesian market. I'm speaking for ourselves, of course, but more about potentially, having a approach that would invest into companies wherever they are domiciled around the world, but will be a significant beneficiary of the China's growth.
Mm. And
if
Fred?
I may, Selena, just add to that, absolutely, China remains, one of the largest pool of investment opportunities. So there are plenty of deal flows within China at large, but because China is not a closed economy, it is one of the most open economies in, still the largest manufacturer, largest export. So, of course, if some of us looking for, cross-border opportunities that are, connected to China's rise as a global economic power and, the global connectivity, that's also, certainly, well justifiable. But just to your earlier comment in terms of green technology, that, China actually is a global leader. Renewable energy, China invests more than the next big 6 economies, US, Japan, Germany, France, UK, combined. For electric vehicles, for example, every 2 EVs sold around the world, more than 1 is sold in China. So China accounts for more than half of the global EV market. Yeah, we have seen there's been tremendous bottom-up innovations, in terms of energy transition, carbon mitigation, and next-gen energy storage. So this is very, very important. If we want to make meaningful headway to tackle climate crisis, China is indispensable. China probably is the single largest player on this front.
That's a very good point. And I believe that interest in this certain sector will be basically see tremendous growth after the COP27. We see globally the leaders and the market executives trying to hold hands together to find solutions for future growth of our Earth. And I guess it's very interesting. Let's go back and coming back to the private equity asset managers ourselves. One of the dominant trends we've seen is the rising tension between US and China. And it seems that US lawmakers are trying to call to boost scrutinies over US investors, China investment for China. What do you see the implications of this strengthening scrutiny over US investors, China investments on China-focused PEs, and how this regulatory storm led by the US is going to shape your future client base and fundraising activities globally? Fred, maybe I can have your help with this question first.
Yeah, so if I understood your question quickly. So China actually, over the last few years, despite the relentless pressure, China has been more receptive to foreign investment. very rarely, if ever, that have we seen any case being denied of approval on the grounds of national security concerns. Very rarely, I would say. On the other hand, CFIUS, we have seen a trend in the US really significantly tightening the review and scrutiny of inbound foreign investment. Not specifically on talking China, but definitely China, is one of the main focuses. So that has created tremendous uncertainty. As investor, obviously we would like to see, to deploy capital globally where we see opportunities. But we also at the same time understand, concerns over national security. So we're respectful of that. So, but we would obviously, if it's a small garden, high wall, just really make sure national security related issues are very, very narrow defined. Not the overarching, and also the rules are very clear, transparent. What is doable, what is not. Then that will be in everyone's benefit, because the U.S., as many people often say, and is the most open free market economy, and where foreign investors can thrive. So I think it's important. That's, in my view, is a crucial competitive strength for the U.S. Would be highly detrimental. Over the politicization, over foreign investment, exaggeration of perceived the national security risks. So to make foreign investment so difficult, that I think would actually undermine U.S. long-term competitiveness, and by implication, national security as well.
And Frank, what's your take on this? Because this outbound CFIUS sort of legislature is on its way, potentially. And would that prevent you from investing in certain sectors, certain industries in China?
I think I agree with everything that Fred has said, that international capital has been generally a very good factor for both China and for the US in terms of the growth of both countries so far. With the capital is not only helpful for economic growth, but also broadening international accounting standards, modern corporate governance, and in IP protection, and a number of those very positive forces that really bring the China market to more global standards. So all those are very positive. So it will be really unfortunate if there will be severe restrictions having this reverse CFIUS, as you mentioned. We can't predict what's going to happen afterwards. I hope that if there's something that will be passed, that there will be hopefully some clarity of the rules. So it's always better to operate under clearer rules.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see more clarity on this issue. And I think we've officially run out of time. And I think our audience, I do hope our audience enjoyed the discussion today. Frank and Fred, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Zijin Mining is one of China's largest gold and copper producers. Now it's stepping up its efforts to become a major player in the new energy sector. Who better to lead this discussion than CEO Lu, Reuters China Metals correspondent speaking to Zijin President Zhou Laicheng.
大家好，我是路透社北京分社负责报道金属市场的刘思义。今天我们非常荣幸的请到了紫金矿业集团总裁邹赖昌先生接受我们的采访。邹总您好，欢迎来到 Reuters NEXT。
你好，这个非常欢迎。
谢谢。那么非常期待在接下来的20分钟能跟您聊一聊紫金矿业。作为一家在全球金和铜业领先的中国企业，在绿色新能源金属方面的布局。那么我们从紫金矿业的公告里面看见，从去年开始，紫金接连收购了国内外以锂矿为主的矿产资源，这是否意味着一次从传统矿业到新能源矿业的转型？紫金又是为什么决定要在目前的这个时间节点进军锂矿行业呢？
是的，记者同志，正如你提出来的，紫金矿业因为原来一直在传统的矿业里面所经营，包括把金、铜、锌在国内应该说做到了前3甲的一个位置，取得了比较飞扬的一些业绩。那么随着这个目前矿业资源的整个的一个发展，再加上紫金未来战略的一个需求，我想刚才针对你的问题想从几个方面说。第一个，就作为紫金是一个有责任、有担当的一个企业，最关键现在应对着目前全球整个气候变暖，特别是要达到这个巴黎协定的气候的目标，那么确实作为企业来说承担着非常重要的一个责任。那所以针对着这种目前的这种发展，那紫金就希望说在未来的这个新能源和储能领域能够为这些做些贡献。那么而且现在目前应该说，这个作为铜和锂是新能源企业的一个最重要的一个金属的一个代表。而且根据国际能源总署的这个预测，到2020年全球的锂资源供应增速约为24%，但是对锂的需求的增速将达到整个40%，到2030年将会出现50%的锂需求缺口。那作为紫金来说，从战略角度去判断，这个应该说是对整个的一个能源产生巨大的一个改变的过程。那么作为内部的因素里面来说，一个是紫金实现紫金的2030年的发展目标，这个需要新能源作为一个主要的一个增长剂，而且我们的目标是到2030年主要目标要进入到全球矿企的在3到5年。为了达成这一目标，我们需要在原有的金、铜、锌等板块之外再拓展新的增长剂，而新能源、新材料板块将是我们达成这个目标的重要的战略路径。第二个应该说也是紫金在这个发展过程当中，希望说能够为这个新能源的发展做出更大的贡献，所以在这个是一个内在的需求。而且紫金矿业在2020年的将战略委员会改组成了战略与可持续发展委员会，因此我们注意到了气候变化将对全球带来的影响，全球能源的转型应该是势在必行。那么紫金矿业作为全球金属矿产开发的重要的一个参与者，也充分认识到我们在应对气候变化、实现全球低碳经济转型中所扮演的重要角色，致力于成为解决全球气候变化挑战的中坚力量。因此我们决定抓住发展的机遇，布局新能源矿产，为一个绿色低碳的未来做出贡献。这个是紫金的一个重要的一个转向。
明白。那么企业的社会责任感以及新能源需求这一块强劲的增长，让全世界的很多行业巨头都瞄准了锂资源，在南美、非洲等国家进行收购，甚至下游的很多新能源汽车也加入了这个锂资源的这样的一个抢购大战中。那么在这场日趋激烈的资源争夺战中，紫金有怎样的优势？去和已经在新能源市场布局多年的中国以及国际的矿业巨头去竞争呢？
紫金呢，应该说还是会发挥我们本身的在矿产资源上低成本，包括科技创新的优势。那我们主要的在这个新能源方面呢，我们是想这样想的，因为紫金的战略目标呢，已经在2020年已经调整为，就是将战略目标调整为高技术效益型这个特大国际矿业集团，调整为了绿色高技术一流的国际矿业集团的一个目标。这个也应该说展示了紫金矿业整个绿色发展助力全球转型的一个决心。我们坚持是以资源主链、闲冶助链、材料强链为基本原则，将新能源新材料产业呢会打造成集团发展的新高地，加快成为全球新能源领域超一流的企业。按照突出矿业优势、创新延伸下沿的思路，那么实际上还是重点会做好资源布局。我们把矿产资源呢，始终是作为公司持续发展的优先保障，会加大力度通过自主勘探及并购，持续获取新能源、新材料相关的矿产。那这肯定还会包括铜、锂、镍、锰、钴、钒以及氢能相关的金属制矿的资源，利用我们高效的开发能力。第二个就是会做好技术突破，因为紫金的发展是应该说是科技创造的紫金。一直持续的把科技创新作为企业发展的主要的一个核心。大家要知道，技术是企业稳定可持续发展的基石。为了做好新能源矿产供应，我们会加强盐湖提锂技术的攻关，并在我们擅长的硬盐开采技术中不断的突破，逐步降低成本，并提高矿产资源的利用效率。锂等新能源精输的价格长期来看将回归到合理水平，技术和工艺水平才能真正体现企业的竞争力。而紫金呢，应该说在短短的这一段时间内，完成了这个银母锂的这个提锂的这个技术的一些研究，再加上盐湖因为是一湖一车，那么我们在拉果措，西藏的拉果措已经中试生产出了电池机的这个碳酸锂的产品，所以应该说紫金在技术上仍然会保持这种创新的一个优势。那么同时呢，这个也跟紫金本身的原有的战略是相契合的。应该说我们在原有的战略当中，就适度会向下游的这个新材料方面的延伸，所以我们会考虑利用公司优势矿种及冶炼板块的布局，适当的向新能源有关金属材料的产业延伸。但在这个过程当中，我们一定还会坚持绿色发展的要求，而且我们认为负责任的矿业能够塑造永远挖不尽的金山银山。未来国际市场对上游矿产及原材料的碳足迹、环境影响的要求会越来越严格，那么低碳、低环境影响足迹的矿业公司才能在这个环境下更好的发展。所以我想我们也其实这也需要我们在整个行业的发展上做出我们紫金的在技术上的一些贡献，我们仍然会在创新上加大我们整个的一个研发的一个力度。
刚才您提到了资源布局这一个板块，目前因为一些具有丰富锂资源的拉美、非洲等国家兴起了一些锂等新型矿产资源的民族保护主义，包括一些将战略性资源国有化、打造锂行业欧派克的说法。今天，其实印尼投资部的一份声明也表示，他们正在与加拿大提议建立一个类似于石油输国，就是欧派克的镍生产国联盟。紫金是如何评估这些海外投资不确定性？
应该说是这样。我们现在本身在阿根廷3Q 盐湖的项目，就是不管在任何一个成立任何一个组织，它最终是来促进整个的一个能源金属的一个优合理的一个配置，让全世界人都能够在这个过程当中既享受到矿业的这一个红利，同时也享受到这个新能源板块给世界带来的一个影响。那我想这一个肯定还是要触动整个世界的这个发展的。不管它成立，有可能对于我们企业来说可能会产生一个什么，就是在争取资源方面可能会更大的难处。但是我想呢，作为紫金是一个负责任的一个公司，而且应该说在这个国际的矿业开发当中，既有紫金的这个低成本的一个优势，在这个过程当中，我想作为紫金来说，肯定还是会在这个过程当中得到自己应有的一个地位的。
其实除了就是南美和非洲的国家，在11月初， 加拿大政府就以国家安全为由，要求3家中资企业剥离他们在加拿大关键矿产公司的投资。那么加拿大政府的这样的一个决定是否会影响今后紫金在加拿大的投资呢？
这个我们经过一个非常认真的一个评估，因为我们当时在获取这个3Q 资源的时候，应该说我们提出了依照前提的这个收购过程当中的所有的法律法规的要求，进行了这个申请和申报。那最后呢，没有进入一个评估的一个程序。应该说，紫金所有在这个过程当中，并购和开发的过程当中，都会按照国际上的这个依法合规的要求来做好我们的整个的一个并购工作。我也觉得，就是不管哪一个国家，任何一种措施，对于依法合规去做的企业，都永远不会设门槛。
明白，就是说，因为紫金对于3Q 的这样的一个收购是一个合理合规的，并且我的理解是已经完成了的这样的一项交易，估计会受到这个决策的影响不大。但是在今后紫金考虑到海外投资的时候，会不会由于加拿大目前做出的这样的一些做法，然后包括刚才讲的就是说全球资源民族主义的兴起，会更加的谨慎，然后会就是比方说多投资一些国内自己有的资源，就是说把开采的重心放在国内，或者是说和中国更加就是政治关系更加友好的国家呢？
这一块应该说紫金会更加谨慎，对于所有的矿产会更加的去做好评估。可能您提出来意见，是不是看到紫金这一段时间在国内的并购力度加大了，可能有这个疑问。但我想呢，紫金肯定作为一个国际性的一个公司，肯定是国际国内并重的，并不会说有所偏重。但在这个过程当中，会更加注重这一种政策和政治风险的评估。
明白，好的，就像您说的，因为就是说紫金在这2年在锂的价格处于一个高位的时候，然后在陆续的收购锂矿的项目，同时呢，产能的扩建也需要大量的资金和时间。随着未来新增产能的陆续释放，市场上也会有一些就是说产能过度增加、供大于求的这样的一个担忧。考虑到这样的一个矿产突出比，然后和时间回报效率这方面，会不会投资者会有一些担心？毕竟现在处于一个价格的高位，一旦如果之后供需发生什么剧烈的变化，锂价开始出现一个转折点的话，那么之后对于锂矿的回收效益方面的这样的一个影响。
实际上我刚才在前面就已经提到了，紫金已经意识到这个未来的锂价一定会回归到一个合理的一个价位。所以紫金在收购和并购，包括在现在开发的过程当中，都是依照一个合理的价格来评估这个项目的。那当然价格高的时候会产生巨大利润，但是就是说在合理的价格的情况下，紫金应该说利用自己的技术优势和我们低成本的优势，还是仍然能够取得合理的这个利润的。
目前国内碳酸锂的价格是逼近了60万元，您觉得之后的一个转折点会在什么时候发生？
按照我们这一段时间对整个新能源材料的整个研究，应该认为是在2025年的下半年左右，应该会产生一个比较大的一个转向。
明白。刚才您也同时提到了紫金不仅是在矿端有投资，同时也在锂盐的生产方面有投资。您能不能再具体的讲一下，就是说这个锂资源产业一体化是紫金是如何在增强这方面的这样的一个工作的？
非常好，因为紫金，我想呢，因为刚才讲了，紫金会在这个下游方面做适当的延伸。那么实际上大家也看到，我们在去年就进入了这个磷酸铁锂的生产。那么我们今年年底呢，会有2万吨的产能得以释放。那么未来呢，我们还会再进一步的扩大磷酸铁锂的一个生产。那么同时呢，应该说我们在新能源方面的布局呢，还包括我们收购了这个龙镜环保以后，应该说在这个新能源电池方面，也储能电池方面也会有一些新的一些进展。同时呢，我们会利用我们所拥有的 铜矿的资源，包括我们冶炼产能的这个优势，在合理的地方布局我们的这个铜箔的生产，在上海本部应该说已经建设了一个25000吨的这个铜箔的生产线，所以未来呢，可能这一些的布局还会进一步的加大。
目前有没有和下游的一些买家形成一个就是合作的关系？比方说一些新能源的车企，国内或者国外的。
我们现在重点呢，我们不直接跟用户接触，我们实际上主要还是以原料端为主来做。同时呢，我们这个控股的这个龙镜环保，应该说已经公告了，就是未来将在这个储能电池方面做一个大的一个产能的一个扩充。那么我们作为指定来说，主要以生产原材料为主，那么还是跟我们中间的商进行配套，而且同时呢，当然我们跟有些电池商，国内的著名的电池商也进行了沟通。那么对于我们磷酸铁锂的这个市场的销售，应该说我们还是保持着一个比较谨慎乐观的。
明白，然后最后的一些时间，我还是想回到这个就是锂的价格的这个话题上，因为我觉得可能是全球的投资者，然后包括市场参与者都非常关心的一个问题。刚才你有说到，在2025年可能我们会看见这样的一个价格的转折点。那具体的话，您会期待说，锂从目前的这样的一个价格的高位，它能够回撤到什么样的一个位置？然后背后的原因是什么呢？
这一块我觉得应该说是一个比较难以判断的话题，因为这个根据不同的时候有不同的一个判断。那按照我们的这个初步的去研究，包括这个目前新能源汽车的发展，应该是会回到30到40这一个范围会比较正常。
明白。会不会之后也有一些其他的担忧？因为就是说，目前来看，新能源还是作为一个就是世界转向清洁能源的一个比较大头的一个方向。但是说，可能如果拉长时间看，在未来的10年、20年，甚至50、100年过后，可能会有一些其他的新型能源，比方说核能、氢能等等。然后可能随着科技的发展，大家也会找到一些其他的可替代能源，对于锂矿以及新能源储能电池这一块的需求有可能会相对走弱。紫金现在会不会面临着这样的一种担忧呢？
我想我们就不管这个担忧肯定会有，但我想呢，紫金还仍然就刚刚讲的回到前面的，紫金会充分发挥自己的技术和这种低成本的一个优势来控制好整个产品的一个价格，因为任何一个产品它一定有它合理的需求，所以我们会非常希望说，我们不在任何时候、任何价位上，紫金都能保持这个竞争力。所以这一方面的担忧，我想我们会通过这些方面来解决。
好的，明白。然后您觉得就是说，中国政府方面的话，在维护就是锂矿的这个价格，以及锂盐的价格，还有保护就是说中资的这些企业去锁定供应，就是原材料的供应链，然后以及就是民族方面的这样的一个新能源的这样的一个市场的发展，还可以做出一些怎样的就是政策方面的支持，或者是政策方面的改变呢？
我觉得这一块最关键的还是在于，一个是加大国内的这个矿产资源的勘探，而且加大这个整个的一个开发的力度。应该说，锂的分布在国内的这个资源量，应该能够满足整个中国国内的一个需求。所以我想呢，中国这一块还是应该立足于国内资源的勘探和开发，而且鼓励这个时候的勘探的投入，包括民间资本的一个投入。那我想应该说还是可以解决这个问题。
紫金目前有在就是说行业这方面有做出什么样的一个领导者的作用，然后有没有就是说将自己的技术进行一个因为您刚才也提到了创新是紫金就是说很强势的一个方面，有没有就是想要在之后要分享一些技术来帮助就整个锂资源以及其他的重要的矿产资源的这样的一个进步呢？
紫金一向在技术上是保持着一种比较开放的一种心态，而且作为锂资源也好，任何一个矿产资源也好，它都是一矿一测，它并没有说一个矿山可以用完全相同的技术来开发。所以紫金在行业上一向支持我们同行 在资源开发方面，首先有哪些需要，作为紫金来说，都会跟他们做非常好的合作和沟通的。
好的。那最后我还想请就是周总来分享一下，就是因为紫金作为一个传统的就是矿产企业，现在转型到新能源，就对于其他的也就是想要往这个方向扩展的一些矿产企业，您的建议是怎样的？就是说，如果想要成功的在这个新能源市场抢占到一定的份额，您觉得一家成功的矿产所需要具备的条件都是些什么？
搞矿产一向是比较辛苦的一个行业，而且搞矿产现在应该说最关键的还在拥有资源，在拥有资源的时候，一定要拥有比较优质的资源，然后再加上是谨慎的投入，一定要保持一种理性，而且在这理性过程当中，最关键要以合理的价格来评判这个项目和未来的一些开发。投资有风险。
好的，非常感谢周总。那由于就是时间的关系，我们今天的就是采访也可能就是需要在这边就是画一个句号。非常感谢周总的分享，也感谢大家对于 Reuters NEXT 的关注，谢谢。
好，谢谢。
The fraught China-US relationship is keeping countries across Asia on their toes. It's reshaping the region's geopolitics and is spurring a military spending spree. This next panel is going to unpack all of that. It's the Regional Editors Briefing with our in-house experts, moderated by So-Young Kim, Reuters North Asia, Southeast Asia and Australasia editor.
Welcome to Reuters Next. My name is So-Young Kim. I'm Reuters news editor for East Asia and the Pacific. We are facing very uncertain times in Asia, rivalry between the United States and China, rising tensions over Taiwan, advancing nuclear weapons program by North Korea, Japan for the first time since World War II trying to double defense spending. Taken together, we are perhaps facing the prospect of the most significant arms race in the region in decades. These are some of the themes that we'd like to talk about today with a panel of very experienced journalists across Asia who can give us a panoramic view of what to expect in the region in coming years and what it means for the world. I'm joined by Southeast Asia Sanjeev Miglani, Southeast Asia editor Sanjeev Miglani, Japan bureau chief Yukiko Toyoda, Greater China special correspondent Greg Turud, and senior Korea correspondent Josh Smith. For those watching online, we'd love to get you involved, so please do submit questions via the Slido link, which you will find under the live stream at any time. Greg, I'd like to start with you on all things China and Taiwan. Of course, we cannot ignore what is happening in China at this moment with extraordinary protests going on across the country. Greg, what is the risk for Xi at home and abroad and implications for the world?
Well, this is really obviously an unprecedented moment in terms of public defiance, So-Young. So it's quite clear that this weekend is going to be pretty important to give us an indication as to whether we are looking at anything that's protracted. If this sort of ebbs and flows and somehow coalesces into a broad-based, widespread movement across China, then it's definitely a threat to the regime over time, and one they will want to nip in the bud in a way perhaps they didn't during Tiananmen in 1989. They're very much more equipped and in terms of on the street surveillance, in terms of elite anti-riot squads to deal with this. So the next days and weeks are going to be pivotal. To tie it back to our theme, regional security, we can be sure that China's neighbors will be eyeing this nervously, and trying to see if it is protracted, whether there's any sense that the regime might try to sort of stage some sort of diversionary external security issue to sort of stir nationalistic sentiment, which is
Thank
a very
you, Greg.
old, yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like to go to one of the neighbors, India. Sanjeev, how is India watching the situation?
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for this. And as Greg mentioned, China is India's biggest neighbor. And there is a history of, there is a long history of distrust. They've been to war 60 years ago. And, as it happens at this point of time, for the last 2.5 years, India and China are in a state of high tension on their borders. There has been a clash. There was a clash in 2020. And since then, there have been a massive arms troop buildup there. It hasn't happened in years. So they are still at each other, pretty much in close proximity. There have been talks going on all this while to try to de-escalate. So things are at a sort of a tense time, but it is under control. At this point, I mean, there would be analysts in Delhi and elsewhere thinking that if there is unrest in China, how does it could spill over into something happening there right now at this point, since they are so close to each other. There are 50,000 troops at pretty close proximity, and so far they've kept it under control. But any sort of domestic unrest, as you say, there always is a possibility.
A lot of concern, Greg, that Xi Jinping may try to seek reunification with Taiwan by force if necessary. Do you think if China is ready to invade Taiwan?
In short, everybody we talk to, whatever we can glean from the PLA's own writings, and plus foreign diplomats, Chinese analysts on the ground, I don't know of anybody who actually says they're ready, or any indication that says they're ready. It's a long, hard road, and that is a very, very big military task to try to take Taiwan. And I think the PLA understand that, and I think the party leadership understands that as best as we can tell. Quite what the time frame is, we know that the Pentagon says they wouldn't be ready for at least 5 years. We're talking about 2027. They're obviously trying to be prepared for something before that. China is on a warlike footing. The rhetoric suggests they are. Their actions suggest they are, but they've got a lot of work to do. I think it's not just the matter of staging an invasion. They've got to think long and hard about effectively controlling the South and East China Seas as well. It's a very, very big task.
In considering their options about Taiwan, does Russia's setbacks in Ukraine this year give them a pause, possibly?
All indications are yes. There's a lot of lessons to be learned. It's obviously a very different situation in that Ukraine has that hinterland with Europe that allows supplies and so on. Taiwan's an island, but the bottom line is China has to win that conflict. Politically, defeat is not an option for the party when it comes to Taiwan. So when they move, they need to secure victory. We can see the long logistical buildup gave the chance for Ukraine, gave a chance for the West and other allies to mobilize support, both in the sort of propaganda and information war, as well as physically as well. China faces a logistical buildup if it wants to take Taiwan that is going to be very difficult for it to hide. So yeah, there's a lot of lessons there. There are differences, So Young. It's quite clear that because of that island nature, that any allied response to try to supply or break a blockade would quickly involve foreign forces and potentially direct conflict with China. So that's a factor that might be in China's advantage.
On the flip side, what lessons can Taiwan learn from Ukraine's defense?
Well, we know from their statements and our own trips out into the field, they are trying to learn a great deal. They're trying to come up with so-called asymmetric strategies and sharpen those. That's basically how you take on a much bigger opponent, sort of with very sharp and targeted responses that sort of raise the costs on them and cause them a lot of problems. We know they're trying to improve their missiles. They're trying to expand the number of missiles. Likewise with ships. They're also studying the information war element. They're trying to, so at all levels, whether it's the sort of propaganda battle, the hardware battle. Increasingly, we hear comments from regional military analysts and diplomats that kind of, they're trying to give Taiwan the message that from Ukraine that Taiwan's going to have to sort of step up. As Ukraine did, it won a lot of support by the fact that it showed it was willing to fight. There's always uncertainties whether Taiwan would do enough, and it can't necessarily rely totally on guaranteed Western involvement, or allied involvement. So that's something that we know they're watching very closely.
Very interesting, a lot of unknowns certainly. And the Taiwan situation has implications well beyond its borders and is shaping strategy for many neighbors, including Japan. So I'd like to turn to Yukiko here to hear Japan's perspectives. How is the tension in Taiwan is influencing Japan's own thinking on defense and military spending?
First, we are really close. For example, Yonaguni Island is just 110 kilometers from Taiwan. So if the armed conflict could occur around the area, it would directly affect Japan. So, Japanese people are thinking Japan gonna be, the country which suffers, from the greatest the damage in terms of the human casualty, also the, in terms of the economy, if the, the US and China could crash over the Taiwan. So the ceiling of the communication is disrupted, and Japan will be, so that this has brought home to the Japanese people that the reality for the first time since the World War II, that the Japan could be the direct party to the armed conflict. So especially last year, when the Indo-PACOM Commander Davidson testified before the U.S. Congress that that maybe there's a danger that China could invade Taiwan by 2027. So it was a kind of the wake-up call to the many Japanese. So since after that, many prominent politicians, including the former Prime Minister Abe, began saying Taiwan contingency equals Japan contingency. So now Japan thinks, that we have to defend our, the country with more robust defense posture. So now the Japan is trying to be ready for to fight the war on its own. So Japan's bitter experience has kind of to establishment of the peace constitution, which prohibits the use of the force for the long time, just except for the case of the self-defense. For this reason, Japan called its, military self-defense forces. So as a part of this restrictive defense policy, Japan put the ceiling of the defense spending like within 1% of GDP. But now Xi administration and his party trying to increase it to the above 2% of the GDP, which is almost the same level of the NATO country, so that they can procure more, they can be ready more to fight against maybe the possible Taiwan contingency.
Is there a view that Japan cannot solely rely on the US alliance after especially what happened in Ukraine or Afghanistan last year?
Yeah, even if the Japan want to strengthen defense capability, it will still be unable to counter the threats from China and maybe the North Korea without the deterrence of the United States. So this is a reality actually which Japan will face. So especially the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has increased the kind of the fear of being abandoned by the United States, and Russia's blatant violation of international law in invading another country just aroused the fears. The same things could happen to Taiwan anytime. So, and also the fact the US and other countries are really cautious about direct involvement in the military is also kind of makes the Japanese think maybe we cannot rely on other countries too much. So maybe those kind of fear to cause the more robust defense spending and defense posture in Japan.
And obviously, China is not even the only threat that Japan is facing, right? North Korea's missile threats are increasing again. Josh, we are seeing a dizzying array of missile testing by North Korea this year and possibility of a 7th nuclear test as well. Why is North Korea testing so many weapons?
North Korea tests its weapons for a variety of reasons, including to send messages to the United States, and that clearly seems to be part of what's going on. But analysts we spoke to say that given the almost complete lack of interest that Pyongyang has shown in any kind of talks, suggests that a lot of this is really about making real military progress with these weapons while the world is distracted and focused on other things. It's also a major component of building support at home. You talked about the unrest in neighboring China, and while there's no sign of any kind of protests in North Korea, the pandemic has brought a fragile time to North Korea. They're also undergoing a lot of economic stress, and Kim Jong-un is clearly acutely aware of that, and keeping the military happy as well as projecting this strength in the face of potential weakness at home is kind of a tried and true method that the regime has turned to there in the past.
Does China has any leverage? Can they help prevent North Korea from nuclear testing, for instance?
That is a big question. Oh.
Go ahead.
Josh first, I go to Greg later.
Yep. Sure.
Josh, what do you think?
So Young and I, you and I talked to the president of South Korea, who told us that he was convinced that South Korea, or that China, excuse me, has that not only the responsibility but the capacity to change North Korea's behavior. However, a lot of other folks we spoke to say that's far from clear. China obviously hasn't stopped North Korea from developing nuclear weapons in the first place. And even if it is kind of opposed to further tests, it is unclear that it has the leverage or even the inclination to fully stop that. And obviously the relations between Beijing and Washington now bring a whole new factor to that, that North Korea clearly seems to be trying to take advantage of.
What's your view, Greg?
Yeah, Josh's last point is a very important one, which is that it's very unclear at this point if China really has the inclination to use whatever leverage it has, and there's still a great deal of ongoing debate as to the extent of that leverage. It's quite clear that in the evolving strategic realm we're in, where increasingly Russia and China are sort of tied at the hip, well, not tied at the hip, but certainly closer, and that they feel more acutely the sort of strategic rivalry. Having North Korea sort of in this position is very good for them. So in the short to medium term, that status quo is probably quite important to them. There's one element of that though that still intrigues me greatly, which is on a certain level, if North Korea goes down this path, it's not going to serve China's strategic interests, because it may well push the likes of South Korea and particularly Japan or even Taiwan to take steps to protect themselves, which wouldn't serve China's interests. So certainly it's a fluid dynamic at the moment.
If China isn't helping, then what are the tools left for the US and the allies to discourage North Korea?
That leaves very slim pickings. China is North Korea's only ally. It's its main trading partner, and Russia is kind of the other one there, and neither of those powers are particularly interested in working together with the United States these days on that. And so that has left the United States and its allies in South Korea and Japan to rely on displays of military strength, which they say deters North Korea from trying to use any of these weapons. but it's done little to stop North Korea from conducting any of these tests or further developing these weapons, and in some cases maybe driving some of the responses that we see from Pyongyang. And so this year we've really seen a demonstration of kind of the very few tools that Washington has at all to make real real impact on North Korea's development or tests.
If this situation continues, what is the danger of escalation or miscalculation?
That's perhaps one of the most real concerns that many people, especially here in South Korea, have. Just in some of the recent flurry of missile tests from North Korea, we had one for the first time cross a maritime border into waters off South Korea recently, and that prompted the South then to fire its own missiles north across that border. And it's unclear whether that launch was intentional in the first place. It may well have been an accident. We haven't had clarity on that from North Korea. And a lot of military and analysts that we spoke to here pointed to that as an example of one of the reasons why trying to maintain even minimum levels of communication and kind of efforts to, dial back some of the tension are so important, because as we've got kind of more and more military hardware flying around in the skies here, the chances of some of that miscalculation and escalation increase quite a bit.
Thank you. Sanjeev, we'd love to hear about India's perspectives. Through Quad and Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, Washington has been really keen to include India in global efforts to counter China. What is India's perspectives here?
Yeah, good question. So India's perspective, India is drawn certainly much closer to within the Quad, to all its partners. It is obviously the only one that doesn't have a treaty alliance, unlike Australia, Japan, or all treaty allies, right, with the United States. India is not. But India has moved quite significantly from where it was even 5 years, 6 years ago. They're doing the largest number of exercises they ever do with the United States. They're running patrols, also training with the Japanese, with the Australians. It is all this hasn't happened in the past. But it still sees itself as to the extent that it's a democratic counterbalance to China, it is all right to that. Beyond that, it's still not ready to, most analysts do not think it's ready to become a full alliance partner as such. It wants to be somewhere in the middle, but starting to lean certainly towards greater interaction, as opposed to earlier, it would have been sitting on the sidelines, I think. But having said that, on something like Taiwan, as you discussed, I don't see India trying. India probably will be very wary of getting involved in a brawl there. In any situation, they would not want to be. I mean, they haven't even condemned it so far as I know. And, as we have seen, even on Russia, India has been buying oil from Russia. So it isn't condemned hasn't applied sanctions, hasn't followed. The largest now, it's become Russia's biggest oil importer. So India is still trying to find a middle, a path somewhere between all this. That's where it is.
Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned earlier, Sanjeev, India and China, they are still locked in this military standoff on the border, right, for more than 2 years. Is there a chance this could spill over into a conflict?
Yeah.
How concerned should we be?
Yes, there was a time. I mean, they came to physical clashes. I mean, they not had this kind of. They had the worst kind of skirmish in 45 years, 2 years ago, and since then they have sort of held their fire. But they are there. They're still on the mountain. This is an old dispute that hasn't been resolved. This is two very large countries who do not have a border that has been settled still. And until that is settled, this is a live issue. They keep trying to find a way to manage it, but so far we had a Pentagon report yesterday, and the Pentagon said that their assessment of the India-China situation was that this kind of tense situation will probably go on through 2023. They will remain in a high stage of deployment at both ends, and yeah, that's where it is.
Thank you, Sanjeev. So we had a discussion earlier about Taiwan. Still, there is a lot of interest. I have a question from the audience. For Greg, has the protraction of the Ukraine conflict and the intervention of Western countries altered China's approach to Taiwan?
There's a great deal of speculation that it has. We've had some comments from respected mainland analysts telling us that the information war element has really been the subject of some focus, and the Chinese strategists looking hard at the way Ukraine very successfully and very swiftly mobilized international support. We've got other analysts thinking that one of the key takeaways is that if China does move, and I may have touched on this earlier, it's got to move really quick and with a sort of shock and awe campaign that subdues Taiwan. That, of course, carries its own risks. It would raise the, obviously, significantly raise the risk of civilian casualties. Is that something China really wants? But it's quite clear that unless they did something like that, a Ukrainian-style quagmire is not a position, given the political costs, the Communist Party leadership would want to be in. So there's, that protracted element is really something that's interesting, and it's my own assessment, but I think that has highlighted the fact that China's not quite ready for this.
But even short of an all-out military conflict or invasion attempt by China, what we could still see in the next few years as tensions continue to escalate?
Yeah, I think this is a very dangerous time. We can see on a daily basis, not just Chinese forces constantly testing and wearing down Taiwan with incursions and that kind of thing, whether it's in the air or at sea. But further out, we know that the Chinese forces are now very active, constantly patrolling deeper and deeper in the east and particularly the South China Seas. Their reach now is out into the Pacific. This isn't just with ships and sometimes aircraft, it's all naval ships. It's also, it's important to remember, we're talking a huge coast guard now, fishing militia, other sort of gray zone assets. And as they do this, regional countries, Western powers are responding with increased patrols as well. We know, we hear from US officials in particular that mostly interactions with the Chinese Navy at sea are professional, but they are being shadowed constantly. And there are times when they're not professional. The Australians have had issues in the air and at sea. The risk of miscalculation there is not only ever present, it's actually getting, it's getting worse according to people we're talking to.
Obviously, the United States, they have tens of thousands of troops in South Korea and Japan. Is there a possibility of those troops being drawn into the conflict? Josh?
That's a big question here for sure, and one that's probably not actually been talked about enough, given how likely that may be. When we've talked to U.S. military sources, they say they fully expect that might play a role. At the same time, the South Koreans have made it clear that they expect U.S. troops here to maintain a priority of watching out for any possible actions by North Korea to take advantage of a conflict over Taiwan to launch some kind of actions on its own. Some South Korean officials that we've spoken to on background have pointed out that fortunately for them, a lot of the U.S. troops that are based here in South Korea, as opposed to in Japan, are land troops, army troops, which perhaps would play a more limited role over Taiwan. And so in that scenario, then maybe some of the troops here would be spared some of the immediate kind of action that you might see from some of the naval or air assets that are over in Japan.
That was my final question. I'd like to thank the audience for great feedback and questions and our panelists for taking the time to share valuable perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Two years after the military seized power in Myanmar, the country remains in the grip of a bloody civil conflict. The government in exile, the National Unity Government, continues to fight for democracy. For this next session, we're led by Reuters special correspondent Poppy McPherson. She's covered Myanmar extensively for more than a decade. In 2019, her team won a Pulitzer Prize for its series documenting the persecution and expulsion of the Rohingya. Poppy is speaking to the acting president of the National Unity Government, Dua Lashila.
Hello and welcome to Reuters Next. I'm Poppy McPherson, Special Correspondent for Southeast Asia. I'm joined by Dua Lashila, the Acting President of Myanmar's National Unity Government. Thank you so much for joining us. So early next year, it will be 2 years since Myanmar's military seized power, overthrowing the elected government. Protests against the coup were brutally crushed, and now an armed revolution is underway. Dua Lashila, can you tell us about the state of the revolution now?
Okay, so now do a champion second ziga and Luyu choose all the Chinkan Sabi. So now the Kama Mutumbula, Dukasin in it, Hanzaya Mare. Iduluha, Amalero, Yin Chansoa, Nebe, Turuye, Sandago, Hotoke Bipibare. Tame second ziha, Daguguyum Saibene, a champion in it. Nikut yeset tanpet lamu chang sonoru nangaha pidulutu no myaswa atet teje khayamare da chang lo akhu chain thi lu ye 2400ကျော်လောက်အပြစ်မဲ့တည်ဆုံးခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်လူ14000လောက်ကမတရားဖန်ဆီးချုပ်နှောင်ခံထားရပါတယ်အလားတူပဲကျွန်တော်တို့တိုင်းပြည်တစ်ခုလုံးမှာအင်ချေပေါင်း3000ကျော်လောက်ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့မီးရှို့ဖျက်ဆီးပြီးတော့ထွက်ပြေးတိမ်းရှောင်နေတာကလည်း1.3 တန်းလောက်ရှိတယ်ဆိုတာကိုသိရပါတယ်အဲ့လောက်ထိကျွန်တော်တို့ဒုက္ခဆင်းရဲရောက်နေပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြည်သူလူထုဟာစစ်ကောင်စီကိုလုံးဝအမြင့်ဖြုတ်တော်လှန်ဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကြိုးစားနေတဲ့အခါမှာအခုချိန်မှာအောင်မြင်မှုတွေအများကြီးရနေပါပြီကျွန်တော်တို့ဟာတိုင်းဒေသနဲ့ကဲတော်လှန်ရေးအဖွဲ့တွေနဲ့စုစည်းပြီးတော့ပြည်သူလူထုအားလုံးပါဝင်တဲ့တော်လှန်ရေးလှည့်နေအောင်မြင်ဆောင်မကြံခုခံတော်လှန်တဲ့စစ်ဟာအခုနိုင်ငံရဲ့ထက်ဝက်ကျော်လောက်ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စိုးမိုးထားပြီးဖြစ်တယ်တမကပြည်သူ့အုပ်ချုပ်ရေးတွေကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်နေပြီဖြစ်ပါတယ်အလားတူပဲပြည်သူလူထုရဲ့လိုအပ်တဲ့ပညာရေးချမ်းသာရေးလူမှုရေးတွေကိုကိုညီဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့ပန်ပိုးမှုတွေမြောက်များစွာလှုပ်ဆောင်နေရှိပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့အခက်ခဲကတော့ထပ်မံပြီးတော့ပြည်သူလူထုတွေကိုအားလုံးပါဝင်အောင်လှုပ်ဆောင်ရတဲ့အချက်တွေရှိတယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကမ္ဘာအနေနဲ့ဥဆောင်မှုပိုင်းမှာမူဝါဒတွေကိုပြတ်သားစွာနားလည်ဖို့ဥဆောင်မှုပေးရပါတယ်တိုင်းဒေသလက်နက်ကဲဖွဲ့တွေကိုကိုလူနားလည်အောင်စေုံရပါတယ်နောက်တစ်ခါကျွန်တော်တို့အနာဂတ်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံတော်တစ်ကိုတည်ထောင်နိုင်ဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့လမ်းပြမြေပုံတွေကိုရေးဆွဲချင်းစတဲ့အလုပ်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ဥဆောင်နေပါတယ်ဆိုတာကိုဖြေကြားလိုပါတယ်
That number that you just given us, 2,000 people killed, is that including the lives of people belonging to the new armed groups that are fighting the military? And is that a figure that you've collected yourself, that the 2,000 people killed?
PDF ပထမအချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ဘာမှမရှိတဲ့3ညကနေစပေမဲ့အခုချိန်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မြောက်များစွာများပြားလာပြီဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့တိုင်ရင်ပေါင်း300ကျော်တဲ့ local PDF တွေကလည်း100ကျော်လောက်နဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးဟာတက်ညီလက်ညီနဲ့လှုပ်ဆောင်နေခဲ့ကြပြီဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒီလိုလှုပ်ဆောင်တဲ့အခါမှာကျွန်တော်တို့မှာအခက်အခဲတွေကခဏကပြောသလိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ငွေရေးကြေးရေးအခက်အခဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နဲ့မလုံလောက်မှုတွေဖြစ်ပါတယ်ပြည်သူလူထုအားလုံးဟာထွက်ပြေးနေရတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်သူတို့ရဲ့လူမှုရေးတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ပြုစုစောင့်ရှောက်ရတဲ့အလုပ်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့အင်တာဗျူးဆိုင်ပြီးလုပ်ဆောင်နေရတဲ့အခက်တွေမှာအခက်အခဲတွေများများစွာရှိပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဒေါ်လာငွေကိုလူချင်းစာနာထောက်ထားမှုရှိတဲ့ကမ္ဘာပြည်သူများနိုင်ငံများနဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ဂရုစိုက်ပြီးတော့ပံ့ပိုးကူညီဖို့စိတ်ဝင်စားပေးဖို့ကျွန်တော်လည်းတောင်းဆိုချင်ပါတယ်
And do you have an estimate of the number of lives that have been lost within the ranks of the People's Defence Forces, the PDF, you know, the pro-democracy forces?
PDF များဘက်ကလည်းချဆုံးမှုတွေရှိတဲ့လောက်ရှိပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့နဲ့နိုင်ဆိုင်တော့တိတ်မများဘူးပေါ့စစ်ကောင်စီကတော့အခုချိန်မှာအချဆုံးများစွာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ထုတ်ပြန်ကြေညာပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်အားလုံး1000ခွဲလောက်သူတို့ဘက်ကချဆုံးပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နဲ့ခရမ်းတွေလည်းတော်တော်များများကျွန်တော်တို့ရရှိပြီးဖြစ်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြည်သူခုခံရက်ကပြည်သူကာကွယ်ရေးတပ်မတော်ဘက်ကလည်းလူ2000ကျော်လောက်နိုင်ငံအတွက်အသက်ပေးဆက်ခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒါဒီကအရင်ဒီအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ခံယူထားပါတယ်စိတ်မလျှော့ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့ကဆက်ပြီးတော့တိုက်ပြည်အတွက်သူတို့ကတွန်းလှန်ရေးမှာပါဝင်ပြီးသူတို့စကားထက်တန်တဲ့ရှိတယ်ဆိုတာကိုပြောကြားလိုပါတယ်
So the crisis is really deepening, and how, for you, from your perspective, how does this end? If the military was to hold some negotiations, if you were to join negotiations, is there a proposal that you would accept, or how does the crisis end for you?
ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘယ်လိုအဆုံးသတ်မလဲဆိုတဲ့တော်လှန်ရေးရဲ့အဆုံးကိုကျွန်တော်တို့အစကတည်းကစဉ်းစားထားတာရှိပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါကဘာလဲဆိုတော့ပြည်သူလူထုအနေနဲ့တော့ဒီအကြမ်းဖက်စစ်ကောင်စီနဲ့တော့ဘယ်လို့မှမဆွေးနွေးဘူးလို့သူတို့သဘောထားထုတ်ပြန်ပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒါမဲ့ NUG အစိုးရအနေနဲ့တော့ပြည်သူလူထုရဲ့အကျိုးနိုင်ငံရဲ့အကျိုးကိုကြည့်ပြီးတော့လူအပ်ရင်လူအပ်တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့နီလန်ဒီရှာနေပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်တို့စဉ်းစားထားတာစစ်ကောင်စီဟာသူ့ရဲ့အာဏာတည်မြဲရတဲ့နီးမျိုးစုံနဲ့သူကြိုက်ထားမှာနှိမ့်ဆက်မှာလူတောင်းဘလောက်တည်တည်တိုက်ပြည်ဘလောက်ပြည့်စည်စည်သူလုံးမှာပဲဒါကိုကျွန်တော်တို့အမြန်ဆုံးကာကွယ်နိုင်ဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ PDF ကိုအင်အားကောင်းကောင်းနဲ့အထူးသဖြင့်ရုရှားလေအနေနဲ့ပြည်သူလူထုတွေကိုတိုက်ခိုက်တပ်ဖြတ်နေတာနောက်တစ်ခါရွာဒီကိုလိုက်ပြီးမီးရှို့နေတာစသဖြင့်ဒါတွေကိုကာကွယ်နိုင်ဖို့လေပစ်ချတဲ့လက်နက်များရှိရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တာ6လလောက်နဲ့ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့လုံးဝနိုင်သွားပါပြီသူတို့ကိုယ်တိုင်ကဆွေးနွေးတဲ့သဘောဝိုင်းကိုရောက်လာခြင်းမှာပါနောက် Asian တွေရဲ့အဆိုပြုချက်တွေလက်ခံလာမှာပါ US နဲ့ EU တွေကမ္ဘာနိုင်ငံတွေရဲ့တောင်းဆိုချက်ကိုလည်းသူလိုက်နာမှာပါဒါမှမဟုတ်ရင်သူလိုက်နာမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဒါကြောင့်မလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒါကိုအပြင်းထန်လုပ်ရမယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်ပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီကြားမှာဒေါ်လာငွေမှာထွက်ပြေးနေရတဲ့ပြည်သူလူထုတွေရဲ့ငတ်မှုကိုကာကွယ်နိုင်ဖို့ IDP တွေနဲ့ရွာသူရွာသားတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်ဝတ်နေနဲ့ကျန်းမာရေးကိုကူညီဖို့လည်းအင်မတန်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ဒါကိုလူသားချင်းစစ်တပ်ရှိတဲ့နိုင်ငံတကာမိတ်ဆွေများနေတဲ့လေးလေးနက်နက်စဉ်းစားပြီးထောက်ပံ့စေချင်ပါတယ်တကယ်လို့များ ကျွန်တော်တို့မဆွေးနွေးမဖြစ်ဆွေးနွေးရမယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့အချက်တည်းပြောချင်ပါတယ်တစ်ကတော့အေရှန်ကပြောထားသလိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ပြည်သူလူထုကိုတတ်ခတ်နေတယ်ကိုချက်ချင်းရပ်ဆိုင်ရမယ်နောက်တမတော်ဟာနိုင်ငံရေးလောကကနေလုံးဝဆုတ်ခွာဖို့ဆိုတာကိုအမှတ်ခံချက်ရှိရမယ်နိုင်ငံသားတွေဒုက္ခရောက်နေတာကိုနိုင်ငံတကာကကူညီတဲ့အကူအညီတွေကိုအနောက်ရှက်မရှိကူညီဖို့သဘောတူရမယ်နောက်တစ်ခါ2008ချက်ကဥပဒေဟာဒီမိုကရေစီနဲ့ဆန့်ကျင်ပြီးဖြစ်တဲ့ကြောင့်အဲ့ဒါကိုဖျက်သိမ်းတယ်ဆိုတာကိုသူတို့လက်ခံရမယ်နောက်တစ်ချက်ကနိုင်ငံတကာကနေဒါကိုခိုင်မာအောင်အမှတ်ခံထားတဲ့ကြားမှာဆောင်ရွက်ပေးလို့လူတယ်ဒါဆိုတော့ဆွေးနွေးကောင်းဆွေးနွေးပါလိမ့်မယ်လို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
So your government has been fighting for recognition from other governments and to be recognized as the legitimate representative of Myanmar. How is the struggle for recognition going, and the requests for help from allies and sympathetic nations? We've been talking a lot with Western powers. How are your conversations going with countries in the region, ASEAN? Do you have a message for them?
ကျွန်တော်တို့တွေဟာ strategy နဲ့စဉ်းစားထားတာကဘာလဲဆိုတော့အင်ဂျီချင်းနိုင်ငံတွေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အဆင်ပြေအောင်ဆက်ဆံမယ်သူတို့စီကနေကျွန်တော်တို့အကူအညီတွေရအောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့စဉ်းစားတာရှိပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်လို့လူသားချင်းစာနာထောက်ထားတဲ့ဟာဒီကိုစစ်ကောင်စီကဒီလိုညှင်းပယ်နေတဲ့အချိန်မှာ cross border နဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုညီနိုင်ဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာညှိနှိုင်းဆောင်ရွက်တာတွေရှိပါတယ်ဒါကိုအေရှန်နိုင်ငံကလည်းတစစ်လေကြိုးစားပါတယ်နောက်တစ်ခါကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုနားလည်ပေးတဲ့ US နဲ့ EU တွေအခြား mix နိုင်ငံတွေကနေလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့သူတို့နဲ့ထိတွေ့ပြီးလှုပ်ဆောင်နေတာရှိပါတယ်အထူးသဖြင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ ERO ခေါ်တဲ့တိုင်းတလည်းနဲ့ကိုင်အဖွဲ့ကြီးရဲ့အဆိုပြုချက်နဲ့သူတို့သဘောတူထားတာက friend of Burma ခေါ်တဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုတကယ်ကူညီတဲ့ mix နိုင်ငံများစီကနေစဉ်ကျွန်တော်တို့အကူအညီတွေရဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့စူးစမ်းနေတာရှိပါတယ်တကယ်လို့များတာယူကရိန်းကိုအမေရိကန်နဲ့ EU တွေထောက်ပံ့တယ်လို့ဒါထောက်ပံ့နေမယ်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ပြည်သူလူထုရဲ့တပ်ဖြတ်ခြင်းခံရတဲ့ဆင်းရဲဒုက္ခတွေကအများဆုံးပြင်းရင်းသွားမယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ခဏကလည်းပြောထားပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့အင်မတန်အားကောင်းတဲ့လက်နဲ့တင်တဲ့တို့လေးတွေနဲ့ရဟတ်တင်တဲ့ပြည်သူလူထုကိုပြစ်မဲ့တပ်ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ရွာစစ်လှည့်ပြီးမီးရှို့နေတာကိုကျွန်တော်တို့အများဆုံးရပ်ဆိုင်ချင်ပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မလို့နိုင်ငံတကာကကိုချင်းစာနာရှိတဲ့မိတ်ဆွေများအနေနဲ့အမြန်ဆုံးတူချင်းတော်၎င်းနိုင်ငံတော်လိုက်တော်၎င်းကိုညီမယ်ဆိုရင်အရန်ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်အနာဂတ်မှာနိုင်ငံပြန်လေတိဆောက်တဲ့နေရာမှာသူတို့နဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အနီးကပ်လေးလေးနဲ့ပေါင်းတင်ပြီးတော့နိုင်ငံပြန်လေတိဆောက်ချင်ပါတယ်ဆိုတာကိုရှင်းပြလိုပါတယ်
And can I ask about your personal experience? You're now 2 years into this revolution. Before this, you yourself were a lawyer and a politician. How have the past 2 years affected you and your family?
Okay. ကျွန်တော်မိသားစုကအရင်ကဆိုတော့မြို့လေခေါင်မှာနေတော့ပေါ့အေးစစ်စစ်အထူးသဖြင့်ကျွန်တော်ကလူမှုရေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေပဲလှုပ်ဆောင်နေတာတဲ့ကြောင့်ဘာရန်သူမှမရှိပါဘူးဘာခက်ခဲမှမရှိပဲနဲ့ဒီတော်လန်ကြီးစတင်ဖို့လူလာတဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်ကလုံခြုံမှုကိုရှာရပါတယ်ဒါကလည်းအချိန်ကတိတ်မရှိတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့အမြန်ဆုံးစီစဉ်ဆောင်ရွက်ရပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မိသားစုအားလုံးလုံခြုံတဲ့ဒေသကိုရောက်လာအောင်လဲကျွန်တော်တို့တရက်နေ့အတွင်းမှာလုံဆောင်ရပါတယ်ဒါမဲ့ဘုရားသခင်ကထောက်မှလူလာမသိဘူးအချိန်ကွက်တိပဲကျွန်တော်လုံခြုံတဲ့နေရာကိုလွန်ခဲ့တဲ့ဧပြီလ16ရက်နေ့တုန်းကရောက်ခဲ့တဲ့ကြောင့်မိသားစုဟာတယောက်မှကျွန်တော်တို့ဖန်စီချုပ်နှောင်ထားခြင်းလည်းမခံရပါဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဥအေရှိသမျှအားလုံးကိုထားခဲ့ရပါတယ်ကားဒီရောအတုံးဆောင်ပစ္စည်းတွေကတော့ဘာတစ်ခုမှမယူခဲ့နိုင်ပဲနဲ့သူတို့ကတင်လိုက်ပါတယ်ဒါကိစ္စမရှိပါဘူးဒါဒေါ်လာကြီးအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့တိုက်ပြည်အတွက်ရင်းနှီးခဲ့ခြင်းပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခုချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်မိသားစုတွေအားလုံးကလုံခြုံတဲ့နေရာရောက်နေပါပြီကျွန်တော်တို့ဟာဒီတိုက်ပြည်မှာပဲနေပါတယ်နေရာကတော့ကျွန်တော်အတိအကျပြောလို့မဖြစ်တဲ့ကြောင့်မပြောပါဘူးဒီတိုက်ပြည်မှာပဲပြည်သူလူထုနဲ့အချက်မကွာအတူတကွနေထိုင်ပြီးပြည်သူလူထုကိုစီယုံတော်လှန်ရေးမှာကျွန်တော်ပါဝင်နေပါတယ်ဘယ်ချိန် ကျွန်တော်တို့အသက်ဆုံးရမလဲဆိုတာတော့မသိဘူးပေါ့ဒါကတော့ဖျားခင်ရဲ့အလိုတော်ပါပဲကျွန်တော်ကတော့ခုတိုက်ပြည်လိုအပ်တာပေါ့အကုန်လုံးစွန့်လို့ဟိုအသင့်ဖြစ်ပြီးသားဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာအခက်ခဲတွေကပါလဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်နဲ့အတူအခြားတော့ရဲဘော်တွေ CDM တွေအရင်ကဝန်ထမ်းတွေပေါ့သိန်းချီရှိပါတယ်သူတို့လည်းကိုယ့်ရဲ့မိသားစုကိုစွန့်ခွာပြီးတော့သက်ဆိုင်ရာလွတ်မြောက်နေရာဒီမှာနေထိုင်နေကြပါတယ်သူတို့ရဲ့စာဖို့နေရည်တွေလည်းအင်မတန်ခက်ခဲပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မလို့နိုင်ငံတကာကနေဒီသိန်းချီတဲ့ CDM ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့လုပ်ပေါ်ကိုင်ပဲများအတွက်မိသားစုအရေးတွေကိုထောက်ပံ့နိုင်မယ်ဆိုရင်နောက်တစ်ခုကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ factors တွေကိုလုံလောက်များထောက်ပံ့နိုင်မယ်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့တော်လှန်ရေးဟာအများဆုံးအောင်မြင်ပြီးအခက်ခဲတွေကိုအများဆုံးကျော်လွှားနိုင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့ပြောကြားလိုပါတယ်
And for a long time, the international community knew the former state councillor Dorang San Suu Kyi as the sort of face of the fight for democracy in Burma. Have you or the NUG, your government, been able to be in touch with her at all? Now she's, facing many decades in prison. Have you been able to be in touch with her at all? Do you have an idea of whether she supports the revolution? And what's her role now in the struggle for democracy in Myanmar?
ကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့တော့ရှင်းရှင်းပြောရရင်ဒေါအောင်ဆန်းစုကြည်နဲ့ကျွန်တော်တိုက်ရိုက်တွေ့ဆုံဖို့အခွင့်အရေးတွေမရှိခဲ့ပါဘူး။ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကသူတို့ရဲ့ရှင်းနေဒီကနေတစ်ဆင့်ကောင်းပါတီကပုဂ္ဂိုလ်တွေနဲ့ကနေတစ်ဆင့်ဆက်သွယ်ရှိပါတယ်။သူ့ကိုဒီလိုထိမ့်သိမ်းထားခြင်းအပြင်ကျွန်တော်တို့အင်မတန်မှစိတ်မကောင်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်။တကယ်တော့ဒေါအောင်ဆန်းစုကြည်ဟာလူအများလေးစားတဲ့ပုဂ္ဂိုလ်ဖြစ်တဲ့ကြောင့်ဒီနိုင်ငံကိုဒီမိုကရေစီပြုပြင်ပြောင်းလဲရေးမှာသူပိုင်တော့အကောင်းဆုံးပါပဲသူပါပြည်သူလူထုနဲ့အတူလုံးလုံးမယ်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်အရန်ကောင်းပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ဒေါအောင်ဆန်းစုကြည်နဲ့အတူဦးဝင်းမြင့်နောက်တစ်ခါနိုင်ငံကြီးအရာဖန်စီချုပ်နှောင်ထားခံရတဲ့ဒီစင်တာအားလုံးကိုအမြန်ဆုံးလွတ်မြောက်စေချင်ပါတယ်ဒီလိုလွတ်မြောက်မှမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့အလုပ်ကိုအတူလို့ဆောင်တဲ့အခါမှာအဆင်ပြေမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်စစ်တပ်ဟာဒီလိုမလို့သမားနဲ့ရက်ဆက်ချက်ချုပ်ပြီးတော့တချို့ကိုဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒေတာတောင်ချလိုက်တာဒီရှိတဲ့အခါကျတော့စိတ်မကောင်းပါဘူးဒါကြောင့်မလို့အမြန်ဆုံးလွတ်မြောက်ပြီးသူလည်းချမ်းချမ်းမာမာနဲ့နိုင်ငံရဲ့တည်ဆောက်တဲ့နေရာမှာပါဝင်ဖို့ကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့မြတ်တာပို့ပါတယ်ဆုတောင်းလိုပါတယ်လို့ပြောကြားလိုပါတယ်
The NUG, your government, has taken a different approach to the Aung San Suu Kyi government towards the Rohingya. Some ministers have apologized for their own role in driving out many hundreds of thousands a couple of years ago. Can I ask what's your stance on the Rohingya and what's your plan if the NUG manage to win full control over Myanmar?
ကျွန်တော်တို့ NUG အစိုးရအနေနဲ့ခဏကလည်းပြောခဲ့တယ်လို့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ကပုံသေးတကားပြကွာတာမချင့်သုံးပါဘူးအားလုံးနဲ့အဆင်ပြေအောင်အားလုံးကိုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်ငံကြီးအရာကျွန်တော်တို့သွေးဆုံဆွေးနွေးမှုတွေလုပ်ချင်ပါတယ်ထို့ပြင်ရိုဟင်ဂျာအရေးဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့အရန်ကိုချင်းစားပါတယ်2019မှာစစ်တပ်ကရဲရဲစက်စက်နဲ့သူတို့ကိုတပ်ဖြတ်မောင်းထုတ်လိုက်ခြင်းဟာတကယ်ကိုလူချင်းစာနာစိတ်မရှိတာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ NUG အနေနဲ့ဒီမတရားမှုကိုကုစားနိုင်အောင်မြေတမ်းစဉ်းစားပါတယ်သူတို့ကလည်းနိုင်ငံသားအခွင့်အရေးရကိုရမှာတော့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လူအခွင့်အရေးလည်းရတဲ့လူတွေဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့သူတို့အတွက်မြေတမ်းစဉ်းစားပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစစ်တပ်ရဲ့လှုပ်ဆောင်ချက်ကအမှားကြီးကိုအရေးယူဖို့ ICCJ ကနေကျွန်တော်တို့အရေးယူဖို့မှလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုယ်တိုင်စာနဲ့တင်ပြထားပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒါလည်းမလုံလောက်ပါဘူးICC မှာလည်းဥပဒေနဲ့အညီရေးနေတယ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်တိုင်လက်မှတ်ထိုးပြီးတော့စာရေးအကြောင်းကြားထားခဲ့ပြီးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်မလို့ကျွန်တော်တို့အနာဂတ်မှာရိုဟင်ဂျာတွေအတွက်ရောတိုင်းသားတွေအားလုံးရဲ့တရားမျှတမှုလူအခွင့်အရေးတွေအပြည့်အဝရဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့စဉ်းစားထားတာရှိပါတယ်ရိုဟင်ဂျာတွေကိုရဲရဲစက်စစ်တပ်ကလုပ်ခဲ့တယ်လို့နောက်တစ်ခါတခြားတိုင်းသားတွေလည်းလုပ်ခဲ့တာရှိပါတယ်ဒါတွေကတကယ်နိုင်ငံတည်ဆောက်ဖို့ငကူကဘယ်ဆိုရလက်ထက်မှာဖြစ်ပါခဲ့တာတွေကိုအကုန်လုံးဝန်ချတောင်းပန်ခဲ့ပါတယ်အလားတူပဲကျွန်တော်တို့တွေနဲ့လည်း အစိုးရဘိုင်းနဲ့မှားတာတွေကိုအကုန်လုံးတောင်းပန်တင်တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့ခံယူထားပါတယ်
Thank you so much. I think that's all we have time for, but thank you so much for joining us. It's been great speaking with you.
The Sovereign Fund of Egypt was formed in 2018 to attract private investment in Egypt's underutilized state-owned assets. To talk us through its ambitious plans for growth, we have the fund's CEO, Ayman Soliman. He's speaking with Aidan Lewis, Reuters bureau chief for Egypt and Sudan.
Hello, I'm Aidan Lewis, Reuters bureau chief for Egypt and Sudan, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Ayman Soliman, the CEO of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt. For those watching online, please submit questions via the Slido link, which you'll find under the live stream at any time. Now, the Sovereign Fund's website compares it to an ancient Egyptian temple representing the country's center of power where its most valuable treasures are placed. It says the fund aims to drive investment to support economic growth and reforms that promote the private sector. So my first question to you, Ayman, would be how has the Sovereign Fund's role evolved since it was set up in 2018? And what do you see now after working in this role for a few years as key to unlocking value in Egypt's economy?
Thank you, Aidan. Good morning. I think the journey has been quite educational for us. So we started out, to understand what the real treasures of our economy are, and we started looking at the diversity of our economic sectors, and then we started landing those strategies where we identified value. Similarly to the ancient Egyptians, a real economy built on agri, thousands of years of old technologies. We started looking at those sectors again to reimagine what we could do. During the past years, during the lockdown, we saw some champions come out of Egypt, especially in the agri sector and the fresh foods and vegetables. We started to look at how those came about, how those successes came about, and we are in the business of trying to scale up and recreate that success and that conducive environment for all those successes across different sectors, be it in tourism, be it in logistics, be it in infrastructure, be it in trade, be it in agriculture or manufacturing. And this is where we are looking at what Egypt has to offer. So we started off we started easy by picking the no-brainers. With this demography, you can go on tourism, you can go on food, you can go on pharmaceuticals, healthcare services, well-funded government programs for the revamp of the healthcare system. So we started tapping those that just made sense. And then we started expanding our ambitions and horizons as we discovered and learned more about those deep potentials. And of course, doing all of that while reading the capital market trends globally. And of course, there are multiple challenges that are happening right now. But then as that happens, there are no dull moments in certain sectors that are existential and not seeing any slowdown despite the rising cost of capital, for instance.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask you about next year, 2023. What's your one big thing for the upcoming year? What are you working on? What are you hoping for?
Well, the green theme has started, so it is just the beginning. So a combination of our renewable to X strategy, a combination of our clean green fuel build-up strategy and the hub effect that we are creating in this part of the world is probably going to be a predominant component of our pipeline coming in the coming 2 years, at least.
Okay, and actually, just to pick up on that, can you tell us anything more about the time frame for this? I mean, recently at COP27, the climate summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, you signed a number of framework agreements for green hydrogen projects in the Suez Canal Economic Zone. When would you expect those framework agreements to be converted into final deals?
Well, that's a very good question. This started months before the COP, of course, and the start was to create a roadmap. So now we have a finite defined roadmap for all those developers to come into play. The framework agreement is the first milestone of an actual access to market, actual access to renewable resources, actual access to industrial zones. So that these guys have now their zip codes identified, their coordinates for their upstream production of renewables and downstream molecule manufacturing hubs. And there are actually more that are going to flock in and join that group. And this is not a competition. So we are creating a pipeline or a blueprint for that process, aiming to start production in 2025, 2026. And all the developers are working backwards from there. And of course, the beauty of this program is that this is a very inclusive program. We identify and compare notes with other programs happening around the world. The largest pipeline of green hydrogen projects is in Australia. Some of the Australian players are already in town as well, playing in this space here. So that program, the momentum that fed that program started a year ago when we also identified with our peers in the One Planet sovereign wealth funds and asset managers. We clearly came out with a conclusion in Abu Dhabi a couple of months ago when we agreed that green hydrogen is going to be an investment asset class for asset managers. So that's part of the ecosystem of financiers, investors, developers, and now we are actually in talks with technology providers because they are the ones that will unlock the bottleneck of time to market and production capacities.
Yeah, right. Because I mean, obviously, green hydrogen is still largely an untested technology, which other countries are also racing to develop and subsidize. So, could you just tell us how
Yeah, let me qualify this. So, hydrogen is, be it green, blue, or pink, is hydrogen. So, hydrogen is a 100-year-old technology. It's been part of the industry, the value chain of multiple manufacturing processes. So hydrogen as a molecule is something that is quite familiar. But using it as fuel is something that is maybe the novelty of that. With the IRA Act in the US and the economic motivation that is building for technology providers to scale up. So electrolyzer manufacturers are building their capacities to go scalable. In the US market, hydrogen has been a fuel used for long hauling, so it has become a mainstream fuel. Maybe the downstream applications are actually the ones that are going to benefit the most given the high prices of natural gas. So it is becoming something quite economically feasible even today. That's why I went straight ahead into the bottleneck of the technology, because actually if you compare prices of gray ammonia and green ammonia, green ammonia is becoming competitive at today's gas prices. However, the only bottleneck is how much can you produce. So we already have a production that came online in Egypt in Ain Sokhna, and we inaugurated that also during the COP. This is 100,000 ton capacity. So the next phase of those consortia that came together and signed those different framework agreements are aiming to build an aggregate of 4 million tons per annum capacity. So that's a different scale up. So we need to have a different level of supply of electrolyzers to be able to build up to that. This is the next challenge that we're working towards.
But in terms of Egypt's competitive position in the market and its geographical position, I mean, how would you persuade investors that it's worth coming to Egypt rather than going elsewhere?
Well, it is a thank you for that question. I'll throw my hat into that discussion. I think where Egypt comes in quite competitively is the actual fact that the cost of the renewables is quite competitive. So in the US, with the IRA, I call it subsidy of $3 per kilo of hydrogen, is now in Egypt we are able to produce full commercial at below that price, given the cost of energy and the competitive and the renewable resources is quite competitive. So this is where Egypt is becoming an attractive market. And the second aspect is the sheer size of the market. So this is a market that is going to produce, if we're going to produce 4 million tons towards exports, with that, with the availability of renewable resources north of 1,000 gigawatts of renewable capacities that could be tapped in the market, that translates into a massive capacity of production of green hydrogen or green ammonia as a medium, or e-methanol as clean fuel. All of those downstream, so that's why we call it renewable to X. All of those downstream molecules that are being produced, this is where the market, where you have scalable capacity, you have manpower, you have industrial location, and of course, location of the Suez Canal to be a hub towards linkage to the EU, which is, in our view, one of the hungriest markets for those. And of course, we have a large local market where we can green our own production of those products. We are the 6th largest exporter of ammonia, so we already have tons of capacities that could become potential off-takers of those green molecules to green their own production so that they can become competitive when the carbon taxes are levied on those products. So this is why the thesis makes sense. When you start big in a market that's already off the ground, that already has a proven track record in renewables, which is the key ingredient, and super competitive or super focused on enabling the industry, on attracting the industry. So everyone is coming together between government bodies, between the fund, between local partners as well. Everyone is crowding in the partners that created that successful pipeline.
But no fixed timeline yet on next year, how many deals you're expecting to come through?
No, the timeline of converting MOUs to framework agreements to joint development agreements has now been set. So entry to GDA, the time frame is set. It's how soon can new players come online, catch up to that. So we had signed 15 MOUs. 9 of those signed during the COP, and I would guesstimate at least another 3 or 4 are ready to hit the dotted line, as they say. So these are also coming online, and we see a number of MOUs also in the pipeline that are being signed. So the aggregate is actually growing, and this is a big vote of confidence in the ability and the resources that this market offers. And of course, there is a very clear timeline for that. So by 2024, there are milestones, environmental readings, resource measurement, and design, and financial and financing should be in place. And then you move on to signing GDAs, and then production should hit you 2 years down the road. So there is a finite timeline well laid out for all the developers.
Okay, thank you. And another key area in this kind of sphere, I guess, connected to green energy, in Egypt's case at least, is water, and the plans to desalinate water to deal with the water scarcity challenge using renewable energy. Could you talk briefly about the status of these plans and what your targets are?
Yes, we announced, so the government announced their entire desalination program of 8.8 million cubic meter per day capacity. This is the target size of the plan. Phase 1 of that plan is going to be around 3.3 million cubic meters per day capacity, allocated around 21 plants. And this is the size of the first batch to be awarded next year. The pre-qualification for those, so we had launched the pre-qualification, and this is public news. We announced our invite for pre-qualification for different consortia to come in and qualify themselves for a tier 1 developer that would do a mega plant of 1 million plus capacity, million cubic meter per day capacity, and tier 2 and tier 3 developers. And we're also crowding in technology partners, because if there's a massive program of desalination happening, combined with the amount of renewables that will need to be built to feed that program, we want to industrialize. So we want to actually invite those partners to come in and localize some of those manufacturing capabilities for that to become a sustained feeding industry towards that reliance on that resource. So the program is also well-defined. We had received north of 200 interests from different developers, global developers, coming from 35 plus countries. So it is a well received and a very encouraging feedback from developers, and submissions are actually flocking in quite handsomely. So this is the phase 1 of the program, and then phase 2 and 3 will follow very soon, with also a well-defined timeline for that. I think the ambition of going towards renewables for the desalination is also another manifestation of how competitive the cost of renewables is, to make sure that we are able to tighten the cost, because water is not priced. Water has a cost, but not a price. This is a statement that we always emphasize, because this is an existential resource that we need to enable. So we're trying to deliver to the off-takers, which is the government of Egypt, be it the Ministry of Housing or other bodies. When they take delivery of desalinated water, we want to deliver the most competitive price, and of course, the quality and the sustainability of that will be delivered in partnership with those private developers as well.
Could you just give a broad idea of the total investment value of these plans, or expected?
Yes, so it's roughly, phase 1 is roughly $3 billion worth of infrastructure built, and it's all going to be a BOOT with a feed-in tariff program. And that is the structure and the construct of the RFQs. The rest of the program is 8.8, so roughly it'll be around the $8 billion zip code as well. Hopefully, this is going to all be funded by partners that will deliver those, and the government will be just an off-taker on that, on the other side.
We have a question from the audience, which is connected to the green theme. Are Egypt's targets for greenhouse gas emission reductions bold enough?
Well, Egypt is what's happening is actually going to dent our own gas CO2 emissions, but we're not only denting our own emissions, we're also denting the EU emissions as well. So the amount of renewables that we are building here, the amount of decarbonization that is happening in this part of Africa, is actually going to help decarbonize a bit of Europe as well. So I think, yes, we are aiming quite aggressively towards that. As part of the COP, the government announced decommissioning of capacities. We have zero coal power production capacities in Egypt, but even within the other fuels, capacities are coming offline. I think the magnitude was around 5 gigawatts, 5 to 10 gigawatts are coming offline as part of the NDCs of the Egyptian government.
Thank you. And I want to broaden it out slightly to the wider economy in Egypt. The government has a target of attracting $40 billion worth of investment over the next 4 years. But developing the private sector has been a challenge over the years, or indeed the decades in the past. So how can we now expect the government's state ownership policy and privatization drive to proceed?
Very short answer. Actions speak louder than words. And I believe that in the coming period, I think just yesterday, the cabinet had rubber stamped the final version of the government state ownership policy. So this is going to be the economic constitution of the government going forward. We are, as a fund, already active on a number of transactions where we are crowding in partners, private sector players into state-owned assets, trying to accelerate access to public market equities, either on the private equity side or on the public equity side. So I think there are multiple manifestations of those decisions, but I think the resolve that this is the way forward for this economy to continue to grow, the driver of economic growth is going to be private sector activity. And I think this is where we as a fund are very sharply focused on trying to find those champions that scale up, be it in agriculture, be it in tourism, be it in infrastructure, or be it in banking, financial services. So this is how we are building our pipeline, and we are only biased towards crowding in private partners and private sector money. So our track record, if it stands for anything, we have a very small number compared to the size of this economy, but our multiplier has been 5 to 1. So every pound we deploy crowded in 5.5 pounds of private sector money. 2/3 of that is foreign investments, and 1/3 is local investments. And I think this is where it gives you a sort of a proxy of the construct of capital abundance in this part of the world.
And could you just tell us anything about the upcoming transactions, what you're expecting in the coming months?
So there are two parts of the pipeline that we drive as a fund. We are driving investments into brownfield pieces of infrastructure that have already been built. So this is part of the brownfielding activity, where we can crowd in private consortia to manage pieces of infrastructure similar to what we are offering now for the new pieces of infrastructure. So the desal program is running on a BOO construct. Whatever existing capacities in water treatment or in power generation that are government owned could be transformed into a BOO setup as well, where private developers take over those assets, operate them, and then deliver them at the end of the period to the government as well in a concession format. And this is what we are building, a big pipeline in that space. And we're also building a pipeline of what we call the PIPO, which is a private equity entry into some of those SOEs for better governance, for better business development and growth. And then we go out and list those companies on the stock market at the right valuation or at a better valuation than today's.
Okay, I think we're out of time. So, Mr. Ayman Soleiman, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Right, we're going to take a break now and we'll be back at 9 GMT. Do stay with us, because coming up we have Lithuania's Prime Minister Ingrida Šimonytė on how to deal with Russia. We'll also be speaking to South Africa's Minister for International Relations, Naledi Pandor, and we'll be discussing Africa's energy transition. We'll see you shortly.
South Korea was the first country to launch a 5G mobile network in 2019. It heralded a warp-speed technological transformation towards things like self-driving cars and smart cities. 3 years on, though, and the lofty promises are unfulfilled. Some 45% of the population of South Korea is now on 5G, one of the highest rates globally. $20 billion spent on network upgrades boosted connection speeds 5-fold over 4G technology. But telecommunications companies have not been willing to invest the estimated $370 billion needed to ramp speeds by 20 times. That's because the demand is not there yet. App makers have yet to roll out services like autonomous driving that would need faster connections. Customers find they can watch Netflix and surf the net well enough with their existing lowest speed 5G upgrade. South Korean telecos have built around 215,000 5G base stations, but only 2% of them can handle the faster speeds. And it would take a lot more base stations per square mile than for 4G or the 5G Lite option. It's the same picture in established fifth-generation countries like the US and China. The lesson for others racing towards 5G seems to be curb your enthusiasm.
We see collisions happening, we see these debris clouds, it's only going to get worse. We can't ignore this problem, we have to act now.
A UK-based mission is set to remove junk from space. Using a giant claw, the CLEAR mission will remove 2 large pieces of space debris from low Earth orbit, in what is the first attempt to ease the dangerously congested space environment.
As far as we know, will be the first removal of a real piece of debris from orbit. So we're not taking it with us. We're going to get this kind of 2-meter large old launch adapter and pull it safely down out of the way.
Space debris, also known as space junk, is made up of discarded launch vehicles or parts of spacecraft. The US Federal Communications Commission says of 10,000 satellites deployed since 1957, more than half are no longer working. These float around in space at tremendous speeds, up to 15,700 miles per hour in low Earth orbit, risking collision with a satellite or space station. That's where ClearSpace comes in. In 2019, the European Space Agency, or ESA, selected ClearSpace to lead the first mission to remove an ESA-owned item from orbit. Here's ClearSpace UK's Managing Director, Rory Holmes.
Our systems will be able to remove multiple pieces of space debris. They'll go, grab onto one, pull it down safely out the way, then go back and get the next one and do the same. So yeah, our systems will remove multiple pieces of debris with each mission.
The CLEAR mission launch is planned for 2025 to 2026. Along with a consortium of companies, ClearSpace hope to remove 2 UK-registered objects that have been inactive for more than 10 years.
They all get close to them, navigate close to them, and then attach, grab onto them, give them a big hug with our robotic capabilities, and then pull them down out of the way and let them safely burn up in the atmosphere, and prevent them causing trouble or crashing or interacting with other space objects.
Cleaning up debris is expected to be a huge growth area for what's being called in-orbit services. It's a new sector, which is estimated to be worth more than $14 billion by 2030. That's not all. ClearSpace also want to improve sustainability in orbit. They say this is about keeping satellites operating as much as removing the waste.
So if you think about a car, if it breaks down or runs out of fuel, we do something about it. We fix it, we refuel it, we use it again. In space, we don't do that. We treat satellites as a single-use item. We use them once, we discard them, we leave them to clutter up space and interfere with future space operations. So that's unsustainable. We need to do something differently. There's already loads of junk up there, and we keep adding to the problem. We really need to think about how we make sure our space activities are sustainable. So one side of it is services like ours, debris removal, but the other side is when we launch things, we should think about their end of life, and we should build in end of life capabilities to make sure they're not ending up as junk after they've finished their job.
This AI-powered helmet gives firefighters the ability to see through smoke.
We have two dominant sensors here, as you can see. This camera can see through smoke.
The smart helmet is mounted with thermal cameras, radar and inertial sensors. Artificial intelligence interprets all the data and provides firefighters with real-time information that can help rescue victims, recognize teammates and provide an accurate understanding of their surroundings. Leading the research at the University of Edinburgh is Dr. Chris Liu.
We use a cutting-edge kind of deep learning-based method to interpret this kind of a multimodal sensory data and automatically extract the victims' locations and estimate the firefighters' locations to give them.
The project has received help from the National Robotarium, a new world-leading centre for robotics and AI, hosted by Heriot-Watt University and the University of Edinburgh. Recent field trials were conducted in partnership with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service personnel at its training facility in Scotland. Watch Commander Glyn MacAffer was impressed by how the helmet could support firefighters.
Doesn't affect any performance. Very lightweight in terms of the equipment on the helmet compared to what we currently use in terms of a handheld thermal imaging camera. With a handheld, it obviously takes away our use of one limb, really. So to have this integrated within either a visor or a helmet would be a massive advantage.
The next step? Building a new prototype helmet with all the sensors integrated inside, according to Dr. Liu. He says he also wants to give the helmet the ability to generate 3D maps and an embedded display, giving the wearer even more spatial awareness.
Migrating whales rely on sounds like these to help navigate and hunt. Above water, these high-tech smart buoys being installed off the coast of Chile will have one main job: to listen to the whales and, using artificial intelligence, help them avoid colliding with ships while migrating from Antarctica to the equator. This buoy is the first of many planned in the Gulf of Corcovado, some 680 miles south of Chile's capital. The area, full of fjords and islands, is teeming with marine life and has a large number of blue whales, as well as sei and France whales during certain seasons. But the area also faces lots of marine traffic that produces sound pollution that threatens the whales.
La tecnología que instalamos ahora en Blue Boat Initiative nos va a permitir, por una parte, monitorear los océanos, es decir, escuchar todo lo que pase debajo del agua y, una vez que detectemos a ballenas, poder avisar a las embarcaciones a tiempo real de esta presencia y así evitar las colisiones.
The buoy works by using software called Listening to the Deep Ocean Environment, or LIDO. It monitors sounds and uses AI to identify sea mammals and their location in real time. It then alerts nearby vessels so they can reduce noise and avoid collisions. The initiative is the result of nearly a decade of studies and development supported by Chile's Environment Ministry. The plan is to cover the Gulf with a minimum of 6 buoys and eventually the entire migratory route of the whales from Antarctica to the equator. The devices also contain various oceanographic sensors to monitor ocean health and the impact of climate change, which is expected to help guide public policy.
La capacidad que tenemos de escuchar el mar
y no solamente escucharlo, entender sus mensajes, no a nivel filosófico, pero realmente científico, tecnológico, somos capaces de descifrar las diferentes fuentes acústicas que se producen dentro del agua, combinarlas en un paisaje sonoro coherente, alertar de unos efectos negativos de actividades humanas o de cambio climático para poder actuar y mitigar en caso de que realmente identifiquemos que el problema es para largo plazo.
Tesla has an ambitious plan to deploy thousands of humanoid robots within its factories, expanding eventually to millions around the world.
The Tesla bot will be real.
And it's not just Tesla. Other automakers like Honda and Hyundai have also been leveraging robotics technology to expand automation at car factories. But not without facing challenges and skepticism. Let's take a look at why companies have struggled to create commercially viable human-like robots, despite decades-long development efforts. Tesla's humanoid robot Optimus will be initially used in manufacturing and logistics to address a labour shortage. Think of boring and repetitive work. Longer term, Musk said robots could be used in homes, making dinner, mowing the lawn, and caring for elderly people. But these robots are expensive, and just like self-driving cars, humanoid robots have trouble with unpredictable situations. Experts say to succeed, Tesla will need to show their robots can do multiple, unscripted actions, almost like humans. Japanese automaker Honda's Asimo bipedal robot had served as a face for the company. But after more than 2 decades of development, it's still not commercialized. Honda is now focusing on disaster relief robots and avatar robots for tasks like remote surgery, with the goal of deploying the machines in the 2030s. Boston Dynamics created a buzz with videos of its humanoid robots running, jumping, backflipping, and dancing. But the loss-making US company changed hands several times, with Google, SoftBank, and then Hyundai becoming its owner. Boston Dynamics founder Mark Raybert.
You know, I think that Hyundai and Boston Dynamics are a match made in heaven. Right now, most of the robots used in factories are doing very repetitive, very specific, precision-oriented jobs, and that's not what we see in the future. We see a future where robots become much more intelligent, much more useful, really contribute to productivity and safely, and become a part of our everyday lives.
In 2020, Ford bought 2 humanoid robots Digit from Oregon-based Agility Robotics. The carmaker wanted to test the delivery of a package to doorstep from a delivery vehicle. Damien Shelton, CEO of Agility Robotics.
We've been very upfront that we've been focused on the logistics industry sort of broadly construed, and that includes all sides of logistics, last mile delivery, working in warehouses alongside of people.
From 2007 to 2012, General Motors and NASA joined hands to develop humanoid robots, R2, for assembly and space exploration. But NASA says they're not under development anymore. Several robot startups like Rethink Robotics also went out of business as they failed to commercialize their products.
I'm noticing myself that ice isn't as thick as it used to be. Climate change, we're seeing that the temperatures are not as cold as it used to be.
Rex Holwell has spent his life on the sea ice that forms each winter off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador in Canada. Like other Inuit, he learned to hunt seals and fish over the sea ice highways. But he fears climate change is about to upend it all. As droughts last longer and heat waves, flooding and storms intensify, the Inuit are doing what they have always done: adapt. For the past 3 years, Holwell has helped run a sea ice monitoring program for the Inuit called Smart Ice. It pairs traditional Inuit knowledge with modern technology. Data collection buoys and electromagnetic sensors provide real-time measurements of sea ice thickness. Locals can access the information through a website, phone app or Facebook. More than 30 Inuit communities use Smart Ice. And Holwell believes the tool can extend the time the Inuit have left on the sea ice before it completely disappears.
We provide people with data that they can use as a tool to help make them informed decisions while they're traveling on the sea ice, so they can make the choices to help keep them safe while they're traveling on the sea ice to go to that location where they want to go to, hunt seals or hunt partridges or to get the Arctic char or to get their wood. And the whole point of us collecting this data is to help keep people safe while they're traveling on the sea ice.
The Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. That's according to analysis published in Nature Communications, Earth and Environment in August 2022. Separate modelling by experts shows that as soon as 2035, Arctic sea ice might drop below 400,000 square miles during the summer. Holwell says other communities living on freshwater lakes and rivers in northern Canada have begun asking about Smart Ice. For now, the focus is on Canada, but he says Sami caribou herders and others in Sweden, Finland, Iceland and England are also interested in the technology. Over in his tiny Inuit town, the effects of climate change are being felt every day.
It has a huge role in our mental well-being as well, as Inuit people to be able to go out on the sea ice. And, with climate change happening what it is, it's going to have a huge effect in the future on those generations who can't go out on the sea ice and practice their traditions and keep their culture alive.
Egypt's Red Sea is home to about 5% of the world's coral reefs. The diversity of species here make the Red Sea reefs a key tourist attraction for divers and habitat for fish nurseries. And while many of the world's reefs now face a crisis due to climate change and human activity, Egypt's corals seem to be adapting better than corals elsewhere, suffering from fewer bleaching events. Let's take a look at why. 14% of the world's coral on reefs was lost between 2009 and 2018. That's according to the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network. It cites climate change, tourism, overfishing, and coastal construction as the main culprits. Vibrantly coloured coral expel their algae and turn white in bleaching events, caused by just a 1 to 2 degrees Celsius rise in ocean temperatures. But so far, Egypt's corals seem to be coping better than corals elsewhere due to more marked seasonal changes. That's according to marine biologist Mahmoud Hassan Hanafi of Suez University.
في اختلاف في درجة الحرارة بين الصيف والشتاء في الجزء الشمالي قد يصل ل 14 15 درجة. فبالتالي مقارنة باللي موجود في المناطق التروبيكال ان درجة الحرارة بتبقى ثابتة في التروبيكال، مفيش فصول. فاحنا الكرة اللي عندنا بيبقى مور اكسبيرينس، عنده خبرة اكتر للتعامل مع الاختلافات في درجة الحرارة.
But the Red Sea reefs face other threats too. Boat anchors can damage coral, building work on the shore can foul the waters, and scuba divers can get too close. The area sees up to 9 million dives across more than 250 spots each year. Conservation group Haggarda Environmental Protection and Conservation Association has installed more buoys along the coast to prevent boats from dropping anchors that can destroy corals. The group also hopes to relieve pressure on some coral reefs by sinking boats to create alternative diving spots. Mustafa Abdallah heads up the mooring project for the group.
احنا عندنا معضلة، احنا عاوزين عدد السياحة يزيد لكن الكباستي بتاع المكان محدود بحجم الشعاب المرجانية. فابتدينا نعمل كمان قصة تانية وفكرة تانية ان احنا ابتدينا نعمل اماكن للغوص جديدة، مقترح ان ننشئ اماكن غوص جديدة. هبكة عملت موضوع ان نجيب القطع الحربية اللي هي المصرية ونعمل بيها اماكن جديدة، ده يقلل شوية على الحمل على الشعاب.
Marine biologists say protecting the Red Sea reefs should be one of the main priorities for local authorities, as they are vital for attracting tourists and supporting livelihoods.
عندي في مصر حيود مرجانية أو نظم بيئية للشعاب المرجانية قد تكون من آخر الحيود المرجانية اللي موجودة في العالم، أي أنها أمل للبشرية في استمرار وجود نظام بيئي فريد زي ده كتراث حضاري وإنساني على كوكب الأرض. أي أن أهميتها لا مش مرتبطة بمصر بس ولا مرتبطة بالإقليم، ده مرتبطة بالجلوبال، مرتبطة بالجنس البشري وما يملكه من موارد على كوكب الأرض. فده أهمية حمايتها لا تقع على عاتق مصر فقط، ده تقع على عاتق كافة دول العالم.
Switzerland has recorded the worst melt rate of its glaciers since monitoring began more than 100 years ago.
It was really shocking and surprising to see how much melting actually can occur.
Swiss glaciers lost 6% of their volume in 2022, far exceeding the record set in 2003. That's according to a new study by the Swiss Glacier Monitoring Network, GLAMOS. More than half of the glaciers in the Alps are in Switzerland, where temperatures are rising by around twice the global average. The mountains there lost about 0.7 cubic miles of ice in summer 2022. The heavy losses are the result of exceptionally low winter snowfall combined with back-to-back heat waves. The melt was so extreme that bare rock that had remained buried for millennia re-emerged at one site. Other small ice caps all but vanished. Matthias Huss is the head of GLAMOS.
The results for the Swiss glaciers of 22 are really worrying. We've lost as much ice as never before since measurements started more than 100 years ago. We've lost an enormous quantity of ice, much more than the previous record of 2003.
If greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise, the Alps glaciers are expected to lose more than 80% of their current mass by 2100. Many will disappear regardless of whatever emissions action is taken now, thanks to global warming baked in by past emissions. That's according to a 2019 report by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
We knew with climate scenarios that this situation would come at least somewhere in the future, and realizing that the future is already right here, right now, this was maybe the most surprising or shocking experience of this summer.
This is Samantha Cristoforetti, the first European female commander of the International Space Station. The Italian astronaut recently took part in a Q&A session with young girls, accompanied by a look-alike Barbie doll.
Why did you want to become an astronaut?
Growing up, I was fascinated by the night sky and the idea of flying to space and this sense of adventure and exploration. And being an astronaut kind of brings all those passions and interests of me together.
Born in Milan in 1977, Cristoforetti studied mechanical engineering and then joined the Italian Air Force as a pilot.
Hold on to it. Yes, I will do that.
In 2009, she was selected by the European Space Agency to become Italy's first female astronaut. As ISS commander, her task is to maintain communication with the teams on Earth and to coordinate the crew's response in the event of an emergency. She is also responsible for the performance and well-being of the astronauts in orbit.
Is the thread not cooperating?
Who will look after you in space when you get sick?
Well, I hope I do not get sick. See, up here you cannot catch cold because there is nobody who can pass on to you the cold virus. But then of course something may happen to you. You might get hurt, for example. And in that case, what we do is we call our flight surgeons on the ground. We talk to them about what's going on and they will give us guidance.
Cristoforetti's video conversation is part of a project aimed at inspiring young girls to start careers in STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Check it out.
The initiative was organised by Inspiring Girls International, a charity which connects girls to international role models.
Samantha Cristoforetti in your field of view.
È possibile mangiare la pizza a bordo?
Ahimè, una vera pizza naturalmente va preparata in un forno adeguato e qui a bordo non ce l'abbiamo, abbiamo soltanto un forno elettrico per riscaldare le buste del cibo. Però ci siamo arrangiati qualche tempo fa per mangiare una sorta di simil pizza che non è stata male per niente.
Cristoforetti also has her own Barbie. In 2019, Mattel designed a Cristoforetti look-alike doll and put it on sale in 2021. The company donated some of the profits to the charity Women in Aerospace Europe.
Nigerian ride-hailing app HerRide employs exclusively women drivers. Monsura Ali Aluafuyi launched the app in August 2022 after hearing stories about sexual assault of female passengers and drivers.
We don't want cases where women have to be on their toes on the edge when they're using ride-hailing services. So HerRide is there to provide safer alternatives for women.
The app started with 10 drivers and logged roughly 500 journeys in its first month in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Hawa Shakir is one user. The fashion designer says she's had scary experiences from using other services in the past.
Sometimes drivers having unnecessary conversations with you, or
the way they're dressed, they come off as, of course, you'll be scared because they're guys. You feel like they want to attack you or something, or some funny conversations they're having with you where they're trying to get unnecessarily personal and you're wondering why.
Added to Patricia Oni has driven for ride-hailing apps for 3 years. She says her ride has improved her work because riders are screened and know what to expect.
We get discriminated on a lot, like when you have a request that is from a male client, they may tend to cancel the ride because they don't want to ride with you being a female.
Nigeria does not have official statistics on sexual assaults linked to ride-hailing apps, but stories abound in local media. Reports of sexual assaults, robbery and harassment of female passengers and drivers. In the United States, apps Uber and Lyft say they've received thousands of reports of sexual assaults among billions of rides. Uber says riders accounted for roughly half of those accused. Lyft did not disclose details of what share of incidents resulted in drivers being harmed. Ali Oluwafuyi says her ride also aims to expand opportunities for female drivers and plans to expand elsewhere in Nigeria.
If you look at the statistics all over the world, there are very few women who are drivers on these ride-hailing apps. It means that you can identify and highlight the few barriers that is not making women to get into the mobility industry.
Welcome back. We have a lot for you coming up in the second half of this morning's virtual events. Reuters chief correspondent for Southern Africa, Tim Cox, will speak to South Africa's Minister for International Relations and Cooperation, Naledi Pandor. We'll head to Lithuania, which, despite its small size, is taking a mighty stance on the world stage over China-Taiwan and how to deal with Russia over the war in Ukraine. For that, Lithuania's Prime Minister, Ingrida Šimonytė, will be speaking to Reuters news editor-at-large, Mike Collett-White. But first, we have a panel discussion on Africa's energy transition dilemma. African nations are pushing ahead with plans to develop untapped oil and gas reserves. But what about the shift to renewable energy and Africa's own obligations to combat climate change? This panel is led by Reuters West and Central Africa Bureau Chief, Bate Felix.
Thank you very much for joining us for this Reuters Next session on Africa's energy transition dilemma. We are joined today by Mr. Hannibal Krager from the Africa, he's Executive Secretary of the African Refineries and Distributors Association. Joining us from Lagos, Nigeria, I believe.
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Brian Dames of the Africa Rainbow Energy and Power, joining us from Johannesburg.
Good morning, Bert.
Good morning. And we'll kick off quickly, immediately with, the key question on, energy transition in Africa. When it comes to this topic, we are hearing, different things about what African countries need to do. And, my first question would be for you, Mr. Krager. Is there a unique path for African countries or the continent as a whole to take, or there are, different paths that each country would have to take depending on their circumstances, on their resources, and on their financial means? What is your view on that?
Thank you very much, Bate. I think the last part of what you said is exactly right. There is no one size fits all path for Africa. As you know, Africa is diverse, 54 countries and the like. And I think the starting point should be, what are we talking about when it comes to emissions? Because when you talk about carbon emissions, I'm sure you've heard the numbers, but I'll just put it in context again as a starting point. When you look at cumulative global CO2 emissions to date, the biggest contributor has been the European Union with 33%, North America and Asia with 29%. All of Africa has only contributed 2.73%. Now, if you x-ray that a bit more, when you back out North and South Africa, the remaining 48 countries in Africa have only contributed 0.55% of the global cumulative emissions. So the question is, you know, when you look at all the technology and everything that's being pushed forward now, everything is about emissions mitigation, but we're starting from a very low base, and each country has a very different carbon emissions footprint, shall we say, based on industrialization, socioeconomic conditions, and the like. So definitely, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Every country must look at what's important. And I think irrespective of which country there is in Africa, we need to make sure we're looking at balancing what is called carbon mitigation or carbon emissions reductions with actual reduction of energy poverty. And that, I think, is the crux of the issue. When you look at what development funders and the folks who provide the financing for this, because in my mind, any project must be financed, otherwise it just remains an idea. You have to ensure that you are actually taking into context the needs and developmental goals of each country as standalone. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. I think from ADA's point of view, given the fact that we know that per the IEA, energy demand in Africa is going to grow by about 45% between now and 2040. At the same time, population 1 in 2 people born globally between now and 2040 is going to be in Africa. We are going to need to actually have cleaner fuels as part of the discussion. In fact, to reduce air pollution is also critical for us. Otherwise, given that we're going to have 30 cities in Africa with 5 million or more people in them by 2040, we are actually going to have a public health disaster on our hands. So again, energy transition is critical, definitely support it. However, you need to balance what is important for Africa, which is also reduction in air pollution. And of course, transitioning to cleaner transport and cooking fuels, lower sulfur fuels like what prevails in the West, as well as LPG, which is the best near-term option, we believe, for reducing Africa's carbon footprint. And that, I think I'll stop there, but I think fundamentally every country needs to focus on what is required for its peculiar case and not have it kind of prescribed. Because overall, I think President Muhammadu Buhari of Nigeria recently said in an article that if all of Africa was to monetize all of its known gas reserves, our total emissions would go from about 3%, like I mentioned, to 3.5%. And this depends on different countries at different points in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on that. We know that, you know, several African countries hold vast reserves in oil and gas. And yes. But the big push right now is for them to shift, even for their own consumption, to shift to cleaner fuels. But they need, you know, the argument is that they need, for example, if I take Senegal is arguing that it needs to, you know, explore these resources, not only for its own power generation and energy security, but it needs, you know, that development finance, it needs that financing to develop, you know, its own resources so that it can generate more revenue, boost its industry. Are you seeing, you know, because it was something that was supposed to be raised during the COP summit. Did you hear that argument? Did they make any pathway into, you know, continuous financing for Africa's oil and gas industry?
So I'll give a live example. South Africa, for example, one of the biggest takeaways from COP26 was the deal South Africa got $8.5 billion for its transition away from coal to cleaner fuels, right? $8.5 billion. And I think over the year, a lot of work was done. And I think South Africa actually launched its energy transition roadmap and everything. But I was on a session with a gentleman, I believe he's the CEO of GE Africa, who was very involved in the process. And he said, yes, 8.5 billion is kind of what we're talking about, but the actual need is 100 billion. So let's be realistic, okay? There needs to be a continuous attempt at not just partial funding, but a majority of meeting our needs. And the biggest issue that we have is a lot of the DFIs are not being supported in that regard. They're being given prescriptive, you must invest, if it's not in solar, if it's not in wind, you will not get funding. Whereas the actual needs of the continent may vary from place to place. You know, I wish one of our panelists who was supposed to be here would be here, should corroborate. We had a session at COP27 where C4 all kind of put a side event together. And that was one of the key things, okay? How do we ensure that we put enough financing on the table in the manner that it's required for us to, because DFIs are really supposed to help anchor commercial financing, attract capital to allow us to execute. So in my mind, there's a partial solution, but I don't see a total solution. I think one of the earlier COPs, there was a commitment of $100 billion a year to be coming to Africa to execute. We've seen nowhere near that at this point in time. And at this point, really, only when you hear of DFIs in Africa really, really contributing, African Development Bank does it to some extent, Afrexim a lot, AFC a lot. There are 67 other DFIs in Africa, 67. How do we get as many of them involved in this so we can actually drive this in a meaningful manner and actually get the funding that we need? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James, I'll come to you. You're speaking from a very interesting, perspective from South Africa, which is, to me, one of the key, it's going to be a key driver in how Africa engages in energy transition. You've been the head of ESCOM, the public utility, and now you're in the private sector with, an independent power producer still in this debate. And South Africa just did this deal we've heard about, 8.5 billion, which is still really small compared to nearly 100 billion that was announced in Parliament. For you as a South African, first of all, before we go into your work as a player, how do you see the energy transition happening in South Africa for a country that is coming from power generation that is entirely 80% dependent on coal? How do you move from there to cleaner fuels?
Thank you, but one of the other pieces of work I have done was also one of the founding members of SE4 many years ago, in the work done by the then Secretary General, the then President of the World Bank. And what drew us to that work was the billion people in the continent that does not have access to energy. And we should never forget that. So this transition has to solve in South Africa, in SADC, in West Africa, in East Africa, in the rest of the world, the classical energy trilemma of energy security, of affordability, and of sustainability. And we should never forget that. That equation needs to be solved in America, it needs to be solved in Germany, as much as it has to be solved in South Africa. And so in dealing with that equation, it's very important that we ensure that, that in that order of energy security and affordability, because without that, we keep on not giving our people access to electricity. Without that, this continent never sees its full potential being developed. The world has been developed and industrialized and globalized on a few key elements and production hard to abate industries that we call today. Those are concrete, that is constructed most of the world's development, steel, that has constructed most of what we see today, plastics, that has led to all of what we consume today, and lastly, fertilizers, that has led to feeding 8 billion people in the world, all of which is produced by fossil fuels. Without that, you cannot do any of those four products, and the rest of the world has been developed based on that. And without that, we cannot feed 8 billion people. Now, we as a continent has yet to reach those levels of development. And we should never, never preclude ourselves from developing our countries, our economies, our people. And that's very important. So in South Africa, that has developed and has used its natural resources. It's been endowed with coal. It is endowed with solar. It is endowed with wind resources. It is not endowed with gas and oil like our colleagues in Nigeria and many parts of the continent. It is not endowed with water. It is important that as those coal stations gets decommissioned, and as we've developed an industry that exports, and exports are hugely important, and certainly as those export customers are put under pressure for the acceptance of their goods and products, that those are also have a lower carbon footprint, we have to as a country transition. So how do we transition? I mean, currently for South Africa, investing in renewables at an aggressive pace makes a significant sense for us. Why? The capital cost is low, it's cheaper, but it does not solve the 24/7 energy requirements. So we should never fool ourselves, and therefore, over and above the funding issues we've spoken about, which are hugely important. And it's not just the access to funding, because access to funding is continued debt for us. So if you turn that around, what does it mean? For generations, you're paying debt to somebody. You have a debt to settle. And so we should think about that creatively, and also the premium of that cost of funding. It's another thing. There's always this African premium being put on. And that must be closely looked at. So as a South African, I would want us to, as a country, focus on this transition that does continue to solve energy security, affordability, and sustainability. Hugely important. For South Africa and Africa, we must remember that a lot of the energy issues is not a CO2 emissions issue, climate change issue. It is the impact of climate change. It's how do we make sure we're resilient to the floods, we're resilient to the droughts, we're resilient to the impact on that on our feeding and agriculture. So as a South African, I want to make sure that that transition is sustainable, that it also focuses on how does it create jobs, how does it transition from those traditional industries to new industries, and how does it give opportunity, particularly for young people, because this is a barrier of entry that's significantly lower than the traditional energy sector aspects. Hopefully I've dealt with some of your question, mate.
I just wanted to come back to the South African energy transition plan that was announced by President Ramaphosa. It lays out, a vast plan that it would try to tackle, especially, transitioning from coal to other cleaner fuels. But what I was wondering was, how, in practical sense, how does South Africa move from coal? Because it's not just about shutting down the coal power plants. I think you've said it yourself in different instances that it's not just going to be about, shutting down coal power plants or shutting down the coal mines and moving to something else. In practical sense, how is this going to happen for a country like South Africa that is so much dependent on coal? How do you shift it?
Yeah, and it's already being shifted. So you decommission the older plants, which is very important to do. Actually, for me, the biggest motivation for that is the saving of water, because they're all water cooled. That for me is actually a massive, and the ability to, within those communities where you decommission, find new application, either for the existing infrastructure. Now, we have a very valuable infrastructure in South Africa, which is also scarce, which is our transmission grid. So most of our coal plants has got excellent grid connections. They may not have the best solar resources and wind resources. So transitioning some of those older plants and those communities to new activities, that is one that is important. Okay. Secondly, transitioning some of that funding support and directing that to certain industries that are very much export-based, that is very much impacted by their carbon footprint, whether it is the motor vehicle industry, that we have a significant automotive industry, and transitioning that to manufacture, EVs for that matter, for export purposes in particular. So those are some of the aspects that is being done. So how does the country do that? Is to, over time, as it gets to the end of the life of the natural life of the coal plants, some of the older ones, to decommission that, to replace that with renewables, to make sure that we address the impacts on communities. You find new activities for that new demand of wind turbines, solar panels, and for me, a massive layout that's required on transmission networks. You need to build high voltage transmission lines, you need to build towers, you need to build substations, you need to look at switchgear, and making sure more and more of that technology is built within the country in those areas that are impacted. So there's a whole program, and we have but no choice to do that. The one part that we still have to address is how do we deal with some of the aspects such as the intermittency storage and the use of gas.
Okay. I was just wondering, for a company like African Rainbow Energy, is this an opportunity? Because I was looking at your profile and I see that, you're moving into various forms of generation, solar, wind, and maybe gas at some point. Where do you find yourself in this energy transition, process? And do you think there are opportunities for other independent players to come into the South African market?
Absolutely. South Africa, quite simply, is going to add more than 50,000 megawatts of new capacity. Most of that is going to be renewables. We currently have invested in over 700 megawatts of, as you said, wind, solar, and biomass generation. All of those plants are operational. And we're busy closing 2,800 megawatts of new capacity that we got awarded. So, and we've just started construction. And this is another important change in South Africa. It is how the regulations have changed. In South Africa, for commercial large-scale customers, commercial customers, private sector customers, we've just started construction with the first 2 large solar projects for a mining client that will be built in one place in South Africa, and the power wheel to 5 different locations. So a massive opportunity, a massive growth sector. That's what we currently do and engage with, and have closed the first of those private sector projects in South Africa. Beyond this, for us, what's next? The trading of power in a competitive market, the investment of opportunities outside of South Africa. Thirdly, how do we play a value in the hydrogen value chain? And those are the next steps for us as a company to take. But currently, a pipeline that we will close over the next 2 years, and if we complete that, we would have invested in 2,800 megawatts of renewable projects.
And one key question, I'm going to come back to Mr. Kruger. One quick key question on this is the financing. For a company like Africa Rainbow Energy, I know you've partnered with ABSA, but is it just ABSA Bank, or are there other financial institutions that are coming in with this, seeing this massive opportunity?
Yeah, no, you're right. And across the sector, the South African commercial banks has been very supportive. And that is not just for us, but on the equity financing, you're right. We've partnered with ABSA, which has been a great partner. We're currently doing a fundraise and engaging with the AFDB. I was in Abidjan at their conference a few weeks ago, and European DFIs, and quite a lot of interest. But the bridge between all the money that's available for renewables and getting it into an African continent and getting it to an African company are completely different. We see
why is that?
Money is available for renewables. It rather goes into the US or into Europe and find its way with European companies investing in Africa as majority shareholders. But that money flowing to African companies, private sector companies. And the reason why it's hugely important as Africans for us, these assets has got a life of 30 years. We as a company has got no intent to sell out of these assets. We're going to move nowhere. We're going to stay here. We're from the continent. The way to look after these assets in this transition is to get plausible African companies to own the assets, to operate these assets and run and maintain them over their life and build the skill sets so that Africans can do this. It's a usually, but that premium of that funding is still there. We've received good support from European DFIs, and that's been great. The South African capital markets has been deep. We are talking to institutional investors, but we still have to bridge that gap. So money flows easier out of where the money pools are available to European or UK companies, and then it flows into the continent instead of directly and maybe there's a lot more work we have to do as Africans to tell that story, to build that confidence, to show the track record. And hopefully companies like ourselves and what our colleagues in Nigeria is doing can give that confidence to investors.
Mr. Kruger, I'll come back to you. What Mr. Daniel just said about, money taking different directions before finally getting here. And I've been wondering why is that? Why is it so difficult? Is it regulatory problems, or is it the structure of the market that is not making it easier for investors to decide that, okay, yeah, I am confident enough to move into a market where, for example, I could move to, I could finance something directly in Ivory Coast, and I know that there is a regional, or there is a regulatory framework for me that I am confident with? Is the groundwork done already to prepare and give investors that confidence?
Well, thank you very much for that question. But so again, the role of the DFIs is essentially to serve as gateways to international capital from commercial banks and non-African DFIs, and also collaborate with commercial creditors, so to attract private sector funding. The challenge that we've had is essentially a lot of the shareholders in the African DFIs are not African. You have the US and the Western partners, and they dictate kind of where the funding goes. So fundamentally, what has happened, and up until last year when we had, or earlier this year when we've had this Russia-Ukraine crisis, where suddenly gas is an important transition fuel, they didn't even want to invest in gas projects, talk less of anything else that was not deemed clean fuel, which is what I talk about, the prescriptive situation. So what Brian said is exactly right. Brian has a project, he wants to execute it. He goes to certain DFIs in Africa, and he's told he can't get funding unless it flows a certain way and he invests in specific projects under a specific umbrella. Now, things may be a bit more flexible, but that's fundamentally the issue. And this is something that we've seen time and time again. And it's not just the coal industry. I come back to the fact that given that we are the least emitters, there should be a lot being looked at adaptation of assets. And the longer term thing, to add to what Brian is saying about what Africa actually needs, is that we must be given an opportunity to contribute significantly to the global carbon credit markets in all forms. All right. So what was launched at COP27 was the African Carbon Markets Initiative. C4All was a very big part of that, and some other key partners. And what we're looking for is, as these adaptation projects are going to happen, make sure that African companies are involved from start to finish, identifying the projects. African DFIs are involved in providing, and then we get to actually have our own carbon credits trading network. We don't want to just be kind of people come, do projects in silos and get the value for the credits and leave, which is what has been happening. Discrete projects have been happening. So back to your point, the shareholders of a lot of the DFIs, when you engage with them, they dictate where the money goes. And it's actually quite interesting in that you're running coal plants in your country, right? But you will not allow an African DFI invest in a coal plant in South Africa. You are running it in your country. It's very clear, especially since all the problems happened with Russia, Ukraine, So it's somewhat hypocritical. And then the worst part is, like Brian said, yes, for Brian to actually get access to the funding he needs, X upside. He's lucky because in South Africa, he has huge commercial banks with huge footprint and all of that. For other African countries who may not be as lucky, we need to have a situation where there's clear recognition of the fact that we are the lowest cost emitters. We should be given a bit more flexibility, and our African DFIs should be given more flexibility to invest in African projects through African companies, ultimately to ensure that as we decarbonize, I must keep coming back to decarbonization, we get the full benefits of a carbon credit market. So right now, for example, in Cote d'Ivoire, ADA has been
I think, unfortunately, we've lost Brian. We've lost we've lost Mr. Krager. That may be
use carbon footprint.
Okay.
But we must. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry. You see, this is the thing. We need power in Africa so that we don't have all this instability. Let us do coal. Let us, But I think this happening is actually quite fundamental. Okay, goes to Brian's point of, even if we have wind, solar, all of that, they will not give us baseline power. But let me go back to what I was saying. So fundamentally, in Cote d'Ivoire, the SIR refinery is standing as an example of what you can do for decarbonization projects for African refineries. And the same goes across all other types of assets in Africa, whether it's storage terminals, pipelines, and so on and so forth. There are energy efficiency reductions and other things that can be done. But for this to really, really work properly, we have to have a pool of capital designated for projects that are decarbonization projects in Africa that can go beyond just the commercial banks to the DFI so that we can actually execute in a meaningful, sustainable manner.
Thank you. Just to wrap up, I'm going to ask both of you, just two questions, looking forward into next year. What for ADA, for example, what is the big thing that you're expecting next year, and what are you working on that you think is going to shape, what ADA is doing in the years to come when it comes to energy transition? Just quickly.
Okay, very simple. I come back to financing. I always come back. Any project without financing is just an idea. So we're putting together a register of ADA projects, and we're trying to partner with some folks to get two funds in place. One for LPG sector development, to ensure that we go and we have partners who want to actually do bankable LPG projects across the continent and secure the financing for that to happen. Again, because we definitely support LPG for clean cooking and believe that that is one of the best near-term options for reducing our carbon footprint in Africa. The second thing we're doing is another fund for bankable refinery and storage and distribution infrastructure projects. It's not just enough to produce cleaner fuels and reduce your footprint. You have to have a means to get your products across the continent, and even pipelines that must be built, which ultimately, hopefully, will future-proof the country's energy security as we move towards hydrogen. So again, our primary thing is funding to ensure that happens, and also working with the key regulators to ensure that we have the right enabling environment for the investments that need to happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. James, what is the big thing for Africa Energy Rainbow for next year?
Yeah, a continuity for us. We've always been clear we want to build an African energy champion based on clean energy. We have projects of 2.8 gigawatts that's going to close. So that we will do in the next year. We have to raise funding. It's not just access to funding, it's also the cost of funding, hugely important in a competitive market. And we see ourselves leading the regulatory change in South Africa by having both private sector and projects delivered in the government programs. As I said, the next two steps for us is moving outside of South Africa and moving into areas that looks at trading and trading of energy and electricity in particular. And lastly, the areas of exploiting the hydrogen opportunities within South Africa and the rest of the continent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. James. Thank you, Mr. Krager, for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and I'm sure we're going to continue the discussion. I'm going to contact you, Mr. James, again very soon, because I think there is quite a lot to unpack on what you've just said. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you.
Thank you.
In
All right. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Beth.
Hi there, I'm Mike Collett-White, Editor-at-Large at Thomson Reuters, and I'm delighted to be joined this morning by Ingrida Šimonytė, who is the Prime Minister of Lithuania. Welcome to Reuters Next, Prime Minister, and thank you for joining us at what is undoubtedly an incredibly busy time.
Good morning.
Just a point of business, for those watching online, we'd love to get you involved. So please do submit questions via the Slido link, which you'll find under the live stream at any time. So without any further ado, let's get going. I'd like to open the interview, Prime Minister, with just a broad question on the Russian situation. The Baltics and Lithuania, perhaps particularly, have been very hawkish on Russia ever since 1991 for obvious reasons. And sadly, your kind of worst fears have proved true. What does how do you navigate that risk and that danger, that threat that you must surely be feeling perhaps more than you did before February?
Well, ironically, I must say that this war, since it started, in reality has also brought changes that, as a matter of fact, increased the security of Baltic states. And here I would mention not only the conclusions of Madrid summit this year about Russia being a threat, and this written black on white, but also the previous decisions of our partners to relocate their to strengthen their presence on the ground in the region. But now it is also a part of the NATO agenda after Madrid summit, as well as decision of Sweden and Finland to apply for NATO membership. So, and of course, many countries, including my country, took a decision to significantly increase defense spending, although we were among the countries who were at NATO 2% of GDP standard, but now our defense expenditure this year might reach as much as 3% of GDP, and other countries in the region are doing the same. Germany, at the end of February, announced a U-turn, I would call it, in their approach towards defense and security. So, ironically, despite the fact that there is a real hot war going on the ground of Ukraine, for the region, for the Baltic region, the security situation, I would say, became better on one side, but on the other side, what is important is that, you know, the debate whether Putin can cross the red line was an ongoing debate for a recent, I don't know, 10 years, at least after Munich, and now we know that yes, and we don't know what further red lines potentially Putin might cross. So it is hard, you know, to say that there is a thing he would not do, because I think quite many of international analysts and politicians were thinking that what Putin has already done, he would never do.
That's very interesting. As far as I understand, there are NATO-led troops in Lithuania already. Obviously, that's part of your security. Now, my understanding is that also that you would like to expand that presence. You have this, I don't know whether it's an agreement at this point, that's what I want to ask you. You have perhaps an understanding that the Germans may increase significantly their presence to kind of brigade level, which I think is several thousand troops by 2026, and you're building infrastructure to host those troops. Now, is that a concrete decision yet? Are you waiting for German confirmation? Do you want them to move on that?
Well, absolutely, but you know, it is like a tango. You need two to get a result. So at this point, we might sort of be in a debate of hen and chicken. You know, whether there should be infrastructure, whether there should be a committed brigade for the needs of, I would not only call Lithuania, but also the broader region, because what is good for us is also good for our neighboring countries, because we see this territory as quite compact, and so there is no big difference whether it is this place or another, because we're still close to each other, and we need to mind the same security concerns like Suwałki Gap, for example. So one thing I want to mention, because I think it is important, where Putin in December claimed his ultimatum against Western countries, saying that move out of the Eastern Europe and Central Europe, because this is what is threatening Russia. Because NATO is moving closer to Russia's border. This is an absolute fake, because from the real history, we know that only after Putin did something, there was some movement from NATO, and EFP that you've been referring to, the EFP battalion that is led by Germans but is multinational, was sort of settled here in 2015, which is after Crimea and Russia's invasion in eastern Ukraine. So definitely, and now we also have this next step where after February 24th, there was a decision to increase the presence for now, but also to commit to long-term decisions. So there is a commitment, a very clear commitment about strengthening of eastern flank, about air defense and air security system and everything. And of course, this is, you know, this is not a thing you can do overnight, especially with the countries who for a very long time were not investing heavily in their defense and security. So it takes time also for us, because the infrastructure that you need for a bigger presence is a significant infrastructure, and it also cannot be built overnight. But we are committed. We're ready to do this. So hopefully we will find ways and means to agree with our German colleagues about what is optimal decision for NATO and the countries.
It's interesting you mentioned there, sort of more broadly, air defenses and enough kind of infrastructure and equipment to really sort of strengthen NATO and to properly counterbalance the Russian threat as you see it. The problem is that we're in the middle, as you say, of a hot war, and that means getting weapons to a country that is desperately fighting for survival, if we want to put it that way. And as you also said, you know, arms supplies don't just turn on and turn off like a tap. So, you know, our reporting and others' reporting suggests that there are growing pressures on supply chains from America to Europe to beyond to get enough arms for Ukraine itself, including air defenses, to get enough air defenses for the borders of NATO and Russia and Belarus. So I guess my question is, from your discussions within NATO, how worried are you by you know, the potential shortfall of what is actually needed for this war? Are you seeing that pressure point, and what can you do about it?
Well, I don't think we can do much, because even before this war started, before this invasion, I would not call war, because the war for us is ongoing after 2014. So this phase of invasion started in February. Even before that, we were supplying Ukraine with weapons, because we were one of the few countries who were doing this sort of in anticipation that some bad things might happen. So after this invasion started, definitely we were going around our storages and everything we could, we sent over to Ukraine for now. And of course, this has impact on the capabilities and the stock that you have, but then you have to judge what is more important. And I think in this phase, it is very important that Ukraine gets sufficient amount of weapons, because we see how effective Ukrainian army is in using the weapons they've never used before, and how effective they are in defending their territory. And as a matter of fact, the real problem of this war is that Russia can sit on sofa, so just to speak, like a little bit in a characteristic way. They sit on sofa and fire their missiles from their stocks of unknown quantity, rather than fight on the battleground, because the performance on the battleground is really very poor, and Ukraine is performing greatly. So for the air defense system, we also see this as from this war how important it is, because while Russia I think would think twice whether it can risk a real war on the battleground. But the missile strikes and all those attacks from sea, from Russia, from Belarus is something they are unfortunately using in vast quantities. That's why it is so important. I think, again, this is a little bit of a chicken and dilemma, because for so many years where quite a few countries were actually active in planning their military purchases, in increasing their defense budgets, and sort of planning for companies that are in military industry also sort of clear and realistic. Of course, that I think that we have some of the entities that would now be in a high demand of their production, but you cannot expand this production overnight. You will still need some months or years to expand the production. But of course, until this is a classical demand shock. As a economist, I would call that a classical demand shock. So I think that industries will adjust, because now I don't think there will be a sort of an opposite trend all of a sudden, regardless of the fact when this war ends. But of course it will need time, because the development of industry capacities will need months, if not years, sometimes.
Are you confident that Ukraine will get improved air defenses from the West, from NATO in the short to medium term? Because it's what they desperately need, or they tell us they desperately need.
Yeah, this is what we call on our partners to provide wherever this is possible, because it is not only for Ukraine, it is also for the eastern flank of NATO, as a matter of fact, because the incident that happened in Poland 2 weeks ago is telling to NATO countries as well, because if of course, if not Russia, if not this war, then nothing like that would have happened. But the better air defense system Ukraine has, the less probability of incidents like that might happen, because the more effective they are in taking down the Russian missiles. They are already very effective with things they now possess. But the closer this shelling, this firing of missiles comes to the western part of the country, and I see no reason why it would not continue, because this is the tactics, this is the pattern Russia fights infrastructure and civilian people in Ukraine, trying to bring down electricity, water, gas, and everything, and make people's life miserable, and sort of push government into some sort of a peace deal. So definitely this is posing a risk that these sort of incidents might also repeat itself in the future. And this is why it is so important not only for NATO to have a decent air defense system, but also to provide Ukraine with decent air defense system, because then Ukraine is, with its effectiveness, is actually sorting out lots of those risks and taking them down.
Interesting. There's a couple of good questions coming in from outside. I just want to quickly sort of perhaps close off my NATO questions, and then we'll come to the public forum briefly. Are you comfortable from your discussions within NATO that there is, if not unanimity, there is a kind of a common stance on Ukraine? You don't feel that there are some countries, because we do hear that some countries are more pushing Zelensky and Kyiv to perhaps, at least open their minds to the possibility of negotiations further down the road. There are others who say, we will stand by whatever they decide. If they want to be hawkish and, play hardball, that's their choice. Is there that kind of breadth of views within NATO?
Well, you see, it's not NATO as an organization that is supporting Ukraine. I mean, NATO is also vocal in understanding what is happening and condemning Russia for the war, but in practical terms, the help comes from most of the NATO countries who do support not on bilateral, also on multilateral levels. But this is not NATO providing weapons, but this is USA, France, Lithuania, Poland, whomever. So yeah, usually you hear all sorts of sounds when politicians talk. But I think what is important to see in this context, that Russia, as a matter of fact, is also limiting argumentation for people who would somehow try to say, oh, maybe we will look for some solution, for some negotiation, because similar situation was, I guess, somewhere in the end of March. Then when Russia's army left Kyiv and everybody found out what happened in Bucha, what happened in Irpin, what happened in the outskirts of Kyiv, I mean, there was a very clear understanding that, for a country who just suffered this, it is, I mean, you cannot look in the eyes of the people and say that, why don't you go and negotiate? And now when we see Russia each and every week methodically firing missiles across the country, trying to black out the country, black out Moldova, as a matter of fact, not only Ukraine, leave people during the winter without electricity, heating, water, everything. I mean, it is... and I don't know what perception of the world one should have to try and push Ukraine into negotiation. So I think the real position, or the broad consensus, is around the fact that it's for Ukraine to say what is peace for Ukraine, not for us, not for people who sit in so far comfortable offices and have heating, running water, and electricity.
Thank you. And then just before going to the broader questions, Vilnius is hosting the NATO summit next July. Just a couple of questions on that. Do you expect Sweden and Finland to exceed at that summit? Do you expect Ukraine to somehow come closer to NATO without obviously becoming a member at this stage? And finally, a bit of a cheeky question. Are you in line or interested in becoming Secretary General of NATO, and has your government put you forward for that position? Because it is being talked about.
Well, on the last question, I'll start from the last. I have no particular comments. I mean, you will hear names and surnames and everything around the table, and there will be a new Secretary General. We know this, and we'll see who will be the next Secretary General. Now, on the agenda of Madrid Summit, I think it is very clear that Ukraine will be high on the agenda, not only because of sort of our approach towards Ukraine and the very deep belief in importance of Ukraine having all the options open and not being sort of cut off options because somebody in Kremlin does not like that. So it will be important. Same as Sweden and Finland, we've ratified the membership agreements long ago, and many countries did so. There are still some member states behind, but I very much hope that those delays will be corrected, because definitely for us it is important, although there was a decent level of military cooperation between the countries, despite the fact that Sweden and Finland were not members of the NATO, because we have the same sea, so the same security concerns. But I think them becoming fully fledged members of NATO is sort of closing the gap that we now feel in the region, and would definitely strengthen our security. So this is in a very very high on the interest list of Lithuania and the Baltic region.
Thank you. I'll just quickly jump to some of the questions coming in. One of them is, what threat do you believe Belarus currently poses to Lithuania? It's a good question.
Well, I would be a little bit undiplomatic and will raise a question whether we still have Belarus, because with the situation that happened after 2020, where Lukashenko lost all the legitimacy he at least partially had previously, where he was able and sort of flirt sometimes with the West, sometimes with the East, and sort of sit on two chairs. He just lost those chances because of what happened during 2020 elections. But with providing the Belarusian territory for Russian army to start this invasion in the beginning and in the end of 2021 and beginning 2022, and now with this amassment of new troops that are present in Belarus, that are being trained for the war, those newly mobilized people, there is a decent question how sort of self-sufficient is Lukashenko in decisions that he's making, because we've been considering Belarus as a part of the Russian military landscape anyway, because they had the same doctrine, they had sort of the big cooperation. But now we see that this is more than just a military cooperation. I would say that this looks more like a province than a sovereign country. I know that Lukashenko would do everything to deny that, but from the practical deeds that we see on the ground, and the fact that Belarusian troops do not participate in the war directly does not change a lot. And we know that Belarus can also pose this threat by itself, because we had this pressure of illegal migration in 2021 that was artificially arranged by Belarusian authorities. Of course, it was from Kremlin playbook, but I believe that this is more or less arranged by Belarusian authorities themselves. So, and that was quite a tricky situation, where there were no weapons, no tanks, no guns, but people were used for political pressure against Lithuania, Poland, and Latvia, and also against European Union in the broader sense.
Interesting. The other question I'd like to ask from the public forum is, would you ever countenance restricting supply lines into Kaliningrad? Quite a tricky question, that.
Well, it's not tricky. There was a publicity that unfortunately was overtaken by Russian propaganda when the sanctions came into force in the middle of June, and then we've implemented the sanctions in a very strict way. Also applying this to transit from mainland Russia to Kaliningrad of the sanctioned goods. Of course, Russia became very voiceful, crying about blockade, which was funny because it was like 1% of the cargo by that time. And of course, with later implementation of the later sanctions, when coal and now oil products will join in the beginning of December, this list is becoming longer, and that would be around 50%, I guess, of the freight that was going from mainland Russia to Kaliningrad that would be affected by the sanctions, because the remaining part are goods that have no sanctions whatsoever, and there are no limitations whatsoever. And we also have a passenger transit that is a special scheme for Russian citizens to travel from mainland Russia to Kaliningrad that was never ever in any way sort of changed or hampered by Lithuania. So we've sort of missed this propaganda battle a little bit, and the situation was a little bit tense in terms of rhetorics. And we had this debate with the European Commission how we should implement the sanctions vis-a-vis this particular situation where part of the country sort of is within the European Union as an exclave. So there was a explanation by European Commission. How do you manage and how do you ensure that the goods that go in transit go for the needs of Kaliningrad itself, but not for the export? So now we have the scheme, and this is operational.
You mentioned there the EU, and I'm just interested to get your views briefly on the impact or the lack of impact, or the limited impact of sanctions, and how you feel about that, and whether we need to go further. Now, I'm not saying they haven't had an impact, they have, but if you look at what really makes Russia tick and what funds the war, that's the oil industry, which, yes, there is quite harsh measures coming in on Monday with the price cap and the import ban, and then on February the 5th, the oil product ban into Europe. Those are huge things, no denying it, but the impact on Russia so far has been perhaps less than a lot of people hoped. And I wondered what you thought about that and how much further you think the EU and the West needs to go.
Well, there are still things that we can add to the sanction list, and in terms of people, banks, technologies, and everything. But I think one thing that is very important is to understand how Russia functions, because there was a feeling, or there was an idea, some people at least hoped so, that there is a sanction that you can implement and all of a sudden Russia is switched off. I mean, there is no Russia anymore, And when so many packages of sanctions have been implemented and you see that Russia is still there, people are saying, oh, sanctions are not working. But this is not true, because Russia is a big country. This is very important. Russia is its economy is very primary. So this is also important because they export something, quite many countries around the globe need. So for one way or another, they will try to get their cash from wheat or fertilizers or oil or gas, for that matter, with maybe bigger complication. So the real two streams of money are, most of the sanctions that have been implemented so far will affect the medium term and the long term. If somebody thinks that this will bring sort of Russian people up and they will go out protesting, most probably not, because there is a Russian anecdote, as a matter of fact, about a guy who drinks a lot, who comes home and says to his kid, "Oh, vodka became more expensive." So his kid is asking, "Will you drink less?" And he says, "No, it will you who will eat less." So this is how Russia, as a matter of fact, functions, because if there is a fiscal strain on on Russia, and there is already a fiscal strain because they are running deficits. They need to tap on their reserves, on their welfare fund and stuff. Putin, if he has a choice between pensioners and military, the choice will be military. I mean, he basically does not care about pensioners and whatever happened to them. So this is because he doesn't need to face elections. He doesn't need to sort of, why should he care? So this is why it looks like very, very bulletproof. But now there are two main streams of cash that go to Russia, mainly oil and gas, where sanctions either have not yet entered into force, like in case of oil, or there are no sanctions, as a matter of fact, like in case of gas. But in case of gas, what Putin did, he decided that he can bring Europe to knees, so he sanctioned himself. And basically, there are 7% of Russian gas on EU market on the pipelines that are still functioning, because all the major pipelines are either not delivering or broken, like in case of Nord Stream. So this is, and the oil sanctions come into force on the 5th of December, products on February. Hopefully there will be an agreement on price cap that will really work, because there is a debate about how high should that be, and I think it should be definitely low enough to bring all sorts of discomfort to Russia. So what I would call for, what would be my major message is, we need to have patience, because there are no sanctions that get switched off Russia overnight. It's not possible. So we should not look for this. We need to be very methodical and very patient on our decisions.
What price would you suggest?
I think that the price that is debated so far is a little bit too high, because we know a couple of prices that are.
Yeah, I mean, Poland wants 30, right? And more people are saying 65.
I would say that there are a couple of sort of benchmarks to look at. There is a market price, which is currently around 65, I think, for euros. There is a price where their budget is balanced at. So our interest is not make Russia's life easier, but to make Russia's life more complicated.
We're about to wind up. Thank you for that. About to wind up. I just wanted to ask you a rather broad question, because as part of Reuters Next, we're asking world leaders to give their views on just a very broad kind of anecdotal topic. And the first, if we may only have time for one, is what's your main aim or hope for 2023?
Well, I hope that would be a year of where I can come back to my government's program rather than, deal with things that are parallel but are taking most of the time. Because when we started office, it was COVID. The vaccines were already developed but not available, so there were all those lockdowns and other decisions that were unpleasant and complicated and put pressure on the society. Then we had this wave of illegal migration. Now we have war, which is not in our country, but we also feel the impacts, not only because we need to support Ukraine, but there are all sorts of impacts on the economy, like high inflation, high bills for households, companies needing support to sort of go through this complicated period. And contrary to the previous episodes, the real problem is that I do not know when this will end. Because in case of any pandemic, that you need vaccines, and those vaccines will, as soon as they will be produced and as soon as they will be widely available, in some reasonable period, that will subside. With war, we cannot predict, because it is unpredictable. So I can just hope that the next year is the year that will bring peace to Europe. Whether that will happen, it will depend a lot on us, because we in the democratic countries that support Ukraine should not lose our focus on what is really important. Because there will be all sorts of discussions about sanctions not working and very high expenses of living and everything, but we just have higher bills and higher budgets. I mean, we are not losing in terms of our people, our families, our kids, our infrastructure. And whatever price we have to pay now for this is significantly lower than the price Ukrainians are paying. So, I mean, my call is that, you know, keep calm, as they say in those memos, keep calm and support Ukraine. And the more we do is, the faster peace comes. And then we can come back to, you know, to building our welfare.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. It's been a really interesting half an hour. I do appreciate your time at such a busy time, and Reuters Next thanks you very much indeed.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye.
Hello, my name is Tim Cox and I'm the Chief Correspondent for Reuters for Southern Africa. I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Dr. Naledi Pandor, South Africa's Minister for Foreign Affairs. My warmest welcome to you, Dr. Pandor, and thank you so much for joining us. Since your remit is the whole world, I have more or less limitless things I would like to ask you, but since our time isn't limitless, let's just get cracking. If it's okay with you, we'll start with Ethiopia. South Africa and the mediators that were invited here by South Africa pulled off quite an impressive truce between the warring sides earlier this month in Ethiopia. And I think we all knew it wasn't going to be easy to maintain. And now, of course, we have reports of Ethiopia's allies looting towns, carrying out arrests and killings, and displacing thousands of civilians. I was wondering, how concerned are you that these kinds of things could cause the truce to collapse, and what can be done to prevent it? Oh, I think you need to unmute.
Yes, it's me. Sorry. We're very concerned about the reports that we've read in the media, and of course believe that this does point to a worrying lack of attention to an aspect of the agreement, which was that all foreign forces must exit the Tigray region, particularly those that had contributed to the conflict that has been raging in that part of Ethiopia. So I think the Defense Force of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia has, and the government, an important responsibility to ensure that any force that is in that country essentially illegally, and that in the cessation agreement we've clearly indicated should move out with the active support of the federal government of Ethiopia, because they're the responsible security force. This is set out in the agreement. So I would think, and this is happening, that the facilitators who were given the responsibility, along with the observers, to continue to exercise oversight on implementation of the agreement supported by the African Union, that they will do so and will give us an indication as to whether, as the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, we need to step in and approach the government of Ethiopia.
The United States has threatened sanctions to any of the parties who violate the terms of the truce. What is your view on that, and why?
Well, I certainly think action must be taken. The reports that we've heard are that there are horrible crimes against humanity being committed against the residents of the Tigray region, and this must be stopped. There's massive displacement of people, and for this to be done by allegedly foreign forces to Ethiopia is something I think the government of Ethiopia must stand up on. We have encouraged the partners to Ethiopia to reopen support to Ethiopia because previous grant and aid funds had been restricted. We've now said that should be opened up, but I think we should hold the government to account because in the end, they are the primary authority of that country.
Understood, although the United States is saying that the way in which they want to hold not just the government, but all the parties to account is to wield the threat of sanctions. And I just wondered if you could clarify whether or not you thought that was a good idea, whether you would support sanctions if the US was to propose them.
We are concerned about sanctions. We don't find that that they work. You know, we called on many countries to impose sanctions on apartheid South Africa, and many of them were very unwilling to do so for a very long time. What we worry about is that the way sanctions are implemented, if they're not done properly through the multilateral body, which is the United Nations, they have secondary effects on countries in regions. And you then find that at times the impact is not on the actors that are causing the harm, but on ordinary citizens who should be receiving either humanitarian aid or social services provided by the funds made available by the richer countries. So we would say that any action must be accompanied by agreed support by UN bodies to ensure that the harm doesn't impact ordinary people who have no involvement in the conflict and in causing suffering in Tigray. And really, our experience is that level of care does not exist.
Thank you. I also had a question about the President Ramaphosa's recent state visit to the United Kingdom. I wondered, obviously there was that very interesting and admirable science cooperation, science and health cooperation agreement, but I wondered if there was more to the discussions with the Prime Minister, with the British Prime Minister. For instance, the topic of Russia, I imagine must have come up, and I wondered if it did and what was discussed.
Well, with respect to what the Prime Minister and President discussed, they had an opportunity to have a tete-a-tete on their own. At the round table in which I was present, the primary focus was the economy and existing areas of cooperation. As you would know, the UK is a significant trading partner for South Africa, and we would like to see the investment by the UK in our economy grow. We also want an opening up of areas such as tourism, which have been significant contributors to growth in our country. If they discussed the matter of Russia and Ukraine, South Africa would reiterate its position that what we need to do is persuade all global leaders that we must give greater attention and effort to diplomatic processes and work hard to bring this war to an end. The suffering that we're seeing, the destruction of infrastructure, is something that we should not be tolerating. We've always held the view that the United Nations should be playing a far greater role in bringing about peace in that part of the world, and that we would like to see a process led by the Secretary General of the UN, supported by eminent personalities who would serve as lead facilitators in a negotiations process that would force the two parties to come to the table and arrive at an outcome that ends this terrible conflict.
On that note, and I know you've obviously in the past and recently made South Africa's non-aligned position on the Russia-Ukraine war very clear. I just wondered if anything had changed recently in terms of, you know, you have the EU calling for war crimes, possible war crimes investigations against Russia. You have NATO accusing Russia of using winter as a weapon of war, which, you know, cutting off gas supplies during a cold winter, which would potentially violate the Geneva Convention. Do any of these alleged atrocities alter South Africa's position on this?
We, again, we do not alter. We're not neutral. We are for peace. And what we're saying is don't exhaust diplomatic remedies. So some of the calls that are being made by very powerful regional bodies and individual countries don't serve as a contributor to end the conflict. The key objective must be to end the conflict. Then any process relevant to what had occurred would follow. And it can't be articulated as a political statement. The appropriate institutions that have been established for matters of genocide, of crimes against humanity, would be the ones that exercise their role in this regard. You know, I'm always wary of trying to make, you know, very popular statements, but people are suffering, they continue to be killed, infrastructure is destroyed, and the world is no better. We really believe that our efforts should be directed at peace. We believe that there are personalities in the world who can help us, as the facilitation team did with Ethiopia and TPLF, draw the parties together, assist them to discuss the issues of difference, to arrive at an agreement that may very well be a compromise, might not satisfy everyone, but it begins to stop and silence the guns. This is what we desire as South Africa.
Do you see the more hope that might happen, especially after the Russian withdrawal from Kherson, which some people have been saying might be a catalyst for peace talks?
Well, I'm hopeful, but I'm worried that the opportunity may have been missed. I think in the immediate aftermath of that move by Ukraine and the takeover of Kherson, there should have been then the initiation of discussions. And what you've now seen are more missiles and so on, and talk of more modern weaponry being provided to Ukraine. So it's just as though each point we seek a greater intensification of the conflict. And this is a great worry for us.
I have to ask you about this. It's obviously you must be aware of the independent panel that found preliminary evidence that President Cyril Ramaphosa violated his oath of office in relation to the discovery of large sums of cash at his farm. And I suppose looking at it from a kind of foreign policy perspective, South Africa has always been seen as a leader on the continent, if not the leader of the continent, and has always garnered an awful lot of moral authority from which it can do this. And I just wondered if there was any fear that perhaps some of that moral authority was being undermined because we had the corruption scandals under Zuma. Now we have a president who comes in and says we're cleaning things up, and things are starting to look a bit not quite the same as before, but it's, you know, there's question marks over it. And I just wondered how that affects your standing on the continent.
Well, I think it's a very troubling moment for our government as well as for the governing party. And I hope we're going to bring all efforts to bear to assure the people of South Africa and of the continent that we respect the Constitution of South Africa as well as the rule of law. This is what I believe we must show in whatever response we eventually arrive at. But rule of law means that you allow processes to unfold. And at times, I believe we make judgments very quickly. I don't know whether everybody has read the entire report yet, but already conclusions are being made. And there's a whole process that has to be part of what leads, to an eventual outcome. I would like those processes to, be followed in order for us to show the world, one, that we don't have a coup culture. We don't just, very quickly take decisions and get rid of governments, but that we follow due process, because part of the new constitutional framework of South Africa is that you have just laws, and laws have processes that must be followed. So I am glad that the panel was set up, that it has now produced a report. We need to look at the report, study its implications very carefully, follow the parliamentary processes, and allow matters to take their course. I think that is what we would be exhibiting to the rest of the continent, that the rule of law is important, that judicial institutions are vital for the sanctity and value of democratic practice, and that these institutions must be allowed to play the role. I'm not a judge, I'm not a lawyer, I'm still reading the report, and I'm not going to rush to the public space to say I have a conclusion as yet.
Thank you. I'm going to ask just one more. How much time do you have, Minister? Do we have more time?
Yes, we do. I see they're still debating. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get a quick question about Russia. Obviously, South Africa's historically strong relationship with Russia has brought some optimism that you can have some kind of diplomatic influence where a lot of other countries won't, especially when they're being sort of prickly about the international reaction to the war. I wondered if you'd had any discussions recently with your counterparts in Russia, and either about the way they're conducting the war or about the prospects for peace talks, and what, if anything, has come out of them.
The president has had discussions with the president of Russia more than once, as well as with the president of Ukraine, and has reiterated the views I have put forth in this interview. And that is, we would like the war to end, and we encourage President Putin and President Zelensky to agree that we establish a forum in which matters of negotiation can be set in motion, and hopefully an outcome that addresses the security of both countries can be agreed upon to allow an end to this terrible conflict. So when we speak to our colleagues, when I speak to Minister Lavrov, I'm saying we've got to find a way to end this. And when we speak to President Putin, our president says exactly the same, and similarly to President Zelensky, and informs them of the impact that the conflict is having on all of us. Because we're all impacted, as we're so globally connected today. So our food prices, our inflation is higher, our interest rates are going up, our petroleum product prices have risen, transport costs, etc., as is the pattern throughout the world. So we have an interest in peace.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question before we throw things open, which is just on climate change. And I'd wondered if, well, especially since you were talking about the impact of the war on food prices, another thing obviously that's been affecting food prices is erratic weather, and we all know that that's going to get worse. You've spoken very clearly about the need for rich countries to cough up more to help poor countries both transition and adapt to climate change. And I wondered if you, what after COP27, what you think of how they've done, how good are their pledges, and how reliable have they been at honoring them?
Well, as always, with the climate change conferences, the concluding statements, the declarations are always very exciting. We're all very thrilled because our voices have been consolidated into a positive message. The proof of the pudding is, does action follow? And since the Paris Climate Change Conference, we have had hope that action would follow. And I must say, with COP26 in Glasgow, for us as South Africa, that's when we first saw what we may call a positive reaction to commitments that have been made over a number of years. The Just Energy Transition Partnership is, we believe, a positive outcome of the Glasgow conference. We are acting to implement the Just Energy Transition Plan. We've developed a full business plan around it, but we already have the first phase set in motion. And thus far, 2 of the partners have honored their commitments made at Glasgow, and we hope the other 3 will do so. Our concern, however, is for us to have a full and effective just transition. We need much more in terms of financial resources. If we don't get that, we're not going to be able to achieve what we call a just transition. Communities that rely on income from coal mines will be left bereft and unemployed without livelihood. South Africa will have a half-hearted attempt at acting on its commitments. So we are really calling on the international community to honor their obligations and to act on the undertakings they've made at conference after conference after conference. Not just for South Africa, but for all developing countries. A particular concern, as you know, are small island developing countries, which are really suffering the brunt of the effects of climate change. So all of this needs to be a part of the resolve and action that we see. What I would ask would be that the activists who are so robust during the conferences must continue their robust activism in calling on governments of developed countries to honor their obligations. We shouldn't stop being active just because the conference has passed, and then we are very visible when the climate conference is approaching.
Thank you, Minister. I think we have a few minutes for audience questions. Let me just... I may need help from one of the producers on this. I think my Slido has gone down. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be... Yeah. Can one of the producers please just help me out with the throwing it open? Okay, I think we may have to leave it there, Minister. Thank you very much for your time. It was really much appreciated, and I really enjoyed our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Our apologies for the technical difficulties there with Slido. That was Tim Cox there, Reuters chief correspondent for Southern Africa, who was speaking to South Africa's Minister for International Relations and Cooperation, Naledi Pandor. Fascinating discussion. That actually rounds up and wraps up the virtual sessions of Reuters Next for day 2. We're going to head back to New York in just a little bit for the final in-person session. and sessions rather. Again, a lot of great stuff to stick around for, including sessions with the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, the World Bank President, David Malpass. But from me and the virtual team here in London, thank you so much for joining us. Bye-bye.